You know,
We're live.
live now?
Yep.
And it's being recorded?
Yep.
How come we didn't hear that woman's voice that usually says?
It said it a while ago.
Yeah. Okay, well, for anybody who's with us, who's joining us, we're not going to do an opening. I know that anybody who's here, you're here with us expecting a communication to take place between us and the people that are gathered in Winnipeg, Manitoba, that there is supposed to be communication between us, introduction to the Great Law of Peace, counseling process, all of this, but it's for the purpose and the intent of what they identify as the one fire. What was it? The bringing?
The
Birthing of one fire. So basically what this means is I won't identify it as like a one world order, but it must be one world way of thinking where everyone on earth has the same thinking process, the same standards, the same
collective consciousness,
the same standards for and abilities to identify right and wrong, you know, what is legal, what is illegal. Because what we have seen, as the original peoples of Turtle Island know, that in the past 500 years, we see people who claim to be people of law, claim to be good people, but yet they do things illegal constantly on a daily basis. So there is clearly an inequity in the collective consciousness of all the different peoples on earth. Now, if you consider like the human body, that say each organ that you have within it, the lungs, kidneys, whatever, everything that's within there, each one is functioning within and under its identity, but it is functioning within a larger truth of the entire body. So each entity, heart, lungs, liver, all of this stuff within your body, it has to abide by its own law of its identity, but it also has to abide by, on the larger level, the law of the collective. And this is where you cannot have a elected process. This is white man's insanity of that people can just vote on something to see what we want to do. Well, when this happens, you see like what happens with the white man is that it will always only go in the direction of war. It will always go in the direction of who is more aggressive, who is less inclusive in their thinking, who is less evolved. So it will go in their direction because they are the more violent ones, and the more violent ones are the ones that always de facto their perceptions, their beliefs, their ways upon other people. And so this is where we find an inequity of humanity amongst the people that refer to themselves as humans, as humanity. So we have a lot of people here in our home, in our house here in Turtle Island, that come from around the world, and they all identify as good people. They all identify that they want to be our friends, that they don't want to destroy the earth, that they don't want to be in war. How could this be that an entire society that is driven by that, for that, towards that, and that's all they do, how could the people within there be in such a denial as to what they actually are? Well, here we find that there is a psychosis that is happening within the collective of humanity. And well, I won't say the collective of humanity, the collective of the white and non-native societies that have come here to Turtle Island from around the world. Here, everyone in Turtle Island, our minds are still functioning proper the way it's supposed to. We are the only people on the planet who have proper functioning minds. Now, non-native people can think that, well, since they've been living here and even friends with us and maybe even adopting our ways, that they can think that, well, they're proper also. No, it's impossible. It's virtually impossible to be correct if you are not in your place. If you are, think of this like you go to a boxing match and you go there with whoever, whose side you're on, but you end up on the other side behind where the coach is and where the other boxer is, and you're cheering them on. And when they go in for a break or whatever, you're massaging that one and you're cheering them on. So it's a psychosis that the people of the world go through when, well, every human will go through when they are subdued into subhuman behavior. That person automatically will create a self-defense mechanism of denial, because nobody wants to admit that they're a murderer. Nobody wants to admit that they're a thief, that they're a rapist. Who wants to admit that? As you see, there is no one walking into police stations or into courts and saying, I am a murderer, arrest me, I'm turning myself in. You don't see rapists coming and saying, I'm a rapist and this is who I raped, I'm turning myself in. The fact is that it's human behavior, that when a person does transcend from humanity and into a subhuman standard, that they're no longer a human. They can't function as a human any longer. They're basically a monster in a human suit, in a human skin suit. And this is the way the entire world is now today, because the entire world is here in our home, still maintaining after 500 years that there's some kind of legitimacy to them, that there's some kind of correctness to their daily behaviors, where because on a daily basis, every single last one of them will deny that they are bad people. They will deny that they are engaged in a genocide. They will deny that they are the oppressor of the original peoples of Turtle Island. So why is this? How could this happen? How could somebody who is actually doing something be in a state of denial of what they are doing? If you were doing something good, you know for certain you would not be denying. That nobody would be denying if there was something good that they were doing. You know that in the non-native world, they would be out there promoting it. They'd be going knocking on your door, you know, like door to door, trying like a salesman, trying to get you involved. Okay, we just got message that on the ground in Winnipeg that they still need another 30 minutes. So I'm not going to sit here and talk for 30 minutes. I don't know if anybody wants to communicate lightly back and forth. Myself, I got maybe some things I can do, but maybe we can discuss this dilemma here that we just identified. Okay, I'll bring this to a discussion that I'm having on Facebook right now, a post that I put up. You think you can get that post? You get shared a post?
Which one?
I just put it up yesterday. It's Mr. Rogers talking about how girls can only be girls, only be the mothers, and boys can only be the fathers, stuff like that. Anyways, we'll get this post and then we'll look at the discussion to it. And this is the prime example as to what I've just led into, as to how people, non-native people, constantly deny that they're guilty for anything. So imagine the people of today, this society of non-native people, what are they doing here in our home? How did they get here? Well, there's a guy in the conversation that we're trying to get to. Are we there yet?
Yeah. None. Share next.
Okay, I'll just wait and show you the conversation.
So the post.
Okay, could you expand it where we're just reading the text there and not seeing the pictures on the left? Okay, so anyways, I'm not gonna go over my post, what I wrote. Let's just go down. Later on, anybody who wants, you can come back and look at this video. This is Mr. Rogers, and obviously this guy, this is back in, I would say, early 70s, maybe late 70s, early 80s at the latest, where he was world famous child educator on television. And here in this video, as you can see, he's talking about genders. And this is, I would say, way before there was any kind of issue with genders. This is way before the divisions of society of such insanities of LGBTQs, you know, because this is people's personal sexual preferences. How could your sexual preference separate you from me? How does it drive a wedge in between us? Well, how it drives a wedge in between us is that the person who is inflicted with some psychosis due to their sexuality, that they expand that psychosis as to them believing that for some reason that they have the right to inflict others with the same psychosis. And for instance, as you know, today that there's a lot of confusion in the world due to what you call transgenderism, and that a girl wants to be called a guy wants to be called a girl, the guy wants to be able to compete in women's athletics so that he can be a gold medalist. That this is a way of where in this crazy white man's world where they all want fame and fortune, that now some crazy white man who just wants fame and fortune, all he has to do is claim that he's transgender and he's an opposite sex now, and then he can start competing in competing against women in women's athletics. And this automatically puts him at the advantage, automatically puts him on the podium. You know, he's standing in the place of the gold first place winner. He's not the loser, he's the winner, because physically, muscularly, through his body and able to do athletics, his body physically is superior to that of the woman. And as far as being able to do those types of sports, those types of things, because those types of things are male things. They are created by males for males, but in this crazy male dominant world, they give women the perception that, well, these are equal rights and that, well, you can compete in the same sports that men do, but it's got to be on a woman's level. That tells you that it's not an equal, like a balance, equal balanced out thing. So the example is that now you have these people who want to tell you, who want you to refer to them as something that they are not. You know that they were born either a girl or a guy. So you call them, give them reference to their gender all their life. Well, you're a girl, you're a girl, you're a girl. All of a sudden that girl wants to be called a guy. Well, that's her own personal psychosis in her mind. That's what she's going through. But when she influences you through political correctness of the white man to refer to her to something that she fantasizes about, she fantasizes that she's no longer a girl, that now she's a guy. So she expects you to call her a guy. Are you dealing with reality when you refer to her as a male? No, you're not dealing with reality. You have become a liar. And so, is it legal or illegal to be a liar? See, so then this is where we can get somewhere to understanding what are the true divisions that we're dealing with. We're not dealing with things such as, like in this instance, what we're talking about, LGBTQs or cross-genderism, anything like this. No way. We're dealing with truths. And people who are part of this LGBTQ, they are not dealing with truths. The only one that is dealing with truths within all of those letters are the women who have been tricked into the realm of the men who are homosexuals. Those men don't call themselves homosexuals, they call themselves gay. Now, when they call themselves gay, they are not referring to their sexuality, but they group themselves together with women who refer to themselves as lesbian. What is lesbian? Is that a sexuality? Yes, it is a sexuality. What is gay? Is that a sexuality? No, it's an emotion. So women have allowed themselves to be subdued by a homosexual that is actually, any homosexual is anti-woman. They are anti-life giver. Because to be homosexual, you have to be a guy. And a guy in this world has to interact with a woman. So the fact that that guy is homosexual tells you that his whole life is about not doing what he was brought into this world to do. He is opposed to creation. No, there's nothing illegal like in this world where we're going to say that's illegal and you're going to jail. No, nobody's going to say that. It's within creation, within that person's bloodline, that every person before that homosexual, you have a mother and a father who participated in regular, normal sex, acts of sex for procreation between the genders. So you know that all the way up until.
Do I cut the image or?
Well,
Do I cut the image or leave it?
are we cut? What are you talking about?
No, I'm asking if you want to still have.
Oh, I didn't
the-
say nothing. No, you cut my train of thought. Where were we now? Anybody know where we were?
You were saying that when there's a girl, you need to stay as a girl and not change yourself, because otherwise you're not in law.
We lost track now.
I
Okay,
think
so-
we're saying something
let's-
about the
Hold on,
parents.
let's see the conversation that we were getting to. Okay, you're going too far. You're going into the next post.
No, this is it.
Oh, you gotta expand right there where it says view all goals.
Well,
Okay, so I'm gonna go up and read it. I can't see from here. Okay, let's go down. Down.
well, hang on, it's not working, so be patient, okay?
Here, you gotta scroll. Not scroll, you gotta do it. Keep going. Okay, let me see how to. Okay, here, this is the main conversation is with this guy, this Jill Babin. Anyways, this other guy gets into it. And here you go. This is what I wanted to identify or bring to your attention. This is what all non-native people do. They don't view themselves as being a part of a corruption. So here's what this guy says. Historically, 11 generations ago, the first Babin, and I suppose he's talking about his family. So he's talking about my bloodline. 11 generations ago, the first Babin arrived here not to colonize. That was the king. It was the king who came to colonize. That's what he's saying. The king, the pope, and the merchant's plan. The family intention was a new beginning, to live in peace off the land. And that is exactly what happened with the Mi'kmaq natives. Were it not for their welcome in this land, survival would not have been possible. There was no hostility between both. Respect existed. Each his experience, but the hostile talk I am subjected to is both aggressive and destructive.
Oh, my goodness, sorry.
What is it that you're doing? Why are
I
you
was
doing that?
wanting the people to see you, but it's not even working, so never mind.
Okay, let me do it. Okay, where the hell are we now? So here, it's within this guy's dialogue, his discourse, that he's claiming that his line, him, his family, that they're here under good intentions. And that they were not part of colonization. Is there any white person, any non-native person from around the world that has come here to Turtle Island? Is there any single one that has come here to Turtle Island not under a colonization process?
Nope.
There is not a single one. Now, what this guy has a closed mind to, and it's not a bad thing. It's not that you can say that this person is a bad person. He is a product of his environment. He's a product of everything that created him. And so if everything that created him, those 11 generations that he identified, if they were all creating one generation after another to comply with colonization, then 11 generations down the road, this guy isn't going to have a clue as to anything. You know, because his whole identity was laid out for him, not by his mother and father, not by his grandparents or great-grandparents or the people that he identifies 11 generations ago that wanted to come here to live in peace. His identity wasn't created by them. He makes it very clear who his identity was created by. The people under which gave him the power to come here, which was, as he identified, the king, the Pope, religion. His family did not have the power to come here on their own. It's impossible. As you see, even the collective, each so-called country or whatever you want to call them, so-called royal faction or something of the Europeans, each of them could not come here on their own. They had to join forces. There was too much cost to it, just the same way that you've seen that China did not build a space station. No. They first participated in an international space station. Russia did not build a space station, neither did the United States. They all chipped in and built an international space station. This is how colonization works, because once you get to a point of critical mass and expansion, that then in order for you to expand to get to the next level, for you to keep growing, you have to alter. You have to become something new, but still on the same path of corruption. So it's one inversion after the next, where you're supposed to be, let's say, weaving to the left, you're weaving to the right. And then when you're supposed to be weaving to the right, then you're weaving to the left. So in over the 11 generations of being here, yes, they're here, but they're here illegally. They have woven themselves into the fabric of the illegal society and even into the friendship of the original peoples. And how they've woven themselves illegally is through the fact that they are here under that person, that this Jill person claims to not have anything to do with, not to be a part of. They're here under their king. Right now, this guy, this Jill's or any non-native person, you go to court. Who are you going to court against? Who is identified in the court? If you're in court in, say, Winnipeg, or is your opponent the Winnipeg court? Who's your opponent? Who are you versus in court if you're the defendant? Anywhere in any court up until now, it has said the that woman they call their queen. But now, you know, it's going to change to this guy now that they all have to bend over and kiss his ass, the one that they got no choice but to call his king. And here's a French guy in so-called Quebec claiming that he's here for 11 generations, claiming that he's, first of all, like a Quebecer, like he deserves some kind of special whatever, like they have, like they're a separate, distinct society. There's nothing separate and distinct from the French except that they speak French, nothing else. What is distinct from the French than what goes on in Ontario? You step over the so-called Ontario-Quebec border. What's the difference? Can you tell the difference except for signage, you know, on the side of the road? Is there any difference? Does anybody know of any difference legally? There is no difference. So here's this guy claiming to be here after 11 generations, but clearly identifying that because he's identifying to the Mi'kmaq, he's coming from a French perspective or Acadian. Now, Acadians, they're basically on the same level as the French that were the Quebecois, because the Acadians also are marginalized also. You know, basically what in the eyes of their homeland, what so-called Canada is, everybody knows where it is. It's called Upper Canada. And it's where all the loyalists live. All the loyalists are there. Now, slowly but surely, where you have loyalists who are dependent on, they're being fed, let's say, a dozen eggs a day. Everybody's being fed off a dozen eggs, but all of a sudden, those dozen eggs aren't going so far. It's not feeding everybody. It's too expensive. Not all the loyalists are able to afford it. What you start to have is like a falling out within the loyalist glue that holds them together. A falling out there where eventually that loyalists are standing against what they've been loyal to. Now, a loyalist today won't even know that they're a loyalist. You got no clue because it's something that's ingrained into you over generations. It's like me. I've got no control, like to say, do I want to be an Akwesasne or Grand River or Kahnawake? I got no control. I was born here in Kahnawake. Now, maybe in my life, while I'm here in this realm, maybe I've got no control over that. But prior, this is what I have chosen. I have chosen to be here. Now, you think of this. If you are, let's say, warrior for your people, and maybe warrior is the wrong word to use, but at this stage, people maybe won't really understand certain terminologies. So if you think for Native people, if you are like, say, the ultimate warrior for your people, standing on every level, defending on every level, then you become an expert in your field. And as you become an expert in your field, this is an accumulated knowledge over generations. So over generations, you're always shooting a trajectory. I am shooting a trajectory right now for my future generations, 2, 3 generations down the road, all the way. But where short-term trajectories for the purposes of that we can work together. Yes, we are doing stuff constantly for, as people know, a lot of people say 7 generations. This is misused terminology, that it's not used in the proper way and for the proper reasons, because you don't do anything for 7 generations. If you did things for 7 generations, then you are short-sighted. You got to do things for the forever. And the only way to do things for the forever is to do things through law. So when people are in council, that's not where they're referencing 7 generations. Never. It's not there. Because when you're in council and you're carrying out law, that's forever. Who's going to say in that case then, or in that instance, that we're doing it for 7 generations? That shortens your trajectory. It's like, you know, you got to shoot like, say, a mile away, but you're purposely only giving enough energy where it's only going to land like 10 feet away from you. Who's going to do that? And so this is how all original peoples work through time. I work with my faces yet beneath the earth the same way that I'm working with my grandfather. My grandfather, who made sure that this land would be here for my mother, for myself, for my sons to do what Longhouse people do. And so I do those long range plans also and the short range plans, so that each generation is going to be a foothold, that we're not going to skip generations where a couple of generations down the road, our people are going to have to rediscover who they are. That's going to be blank spaces in the story. No. We're not going to have any blank spaces in our story. Our story is complete. And so, okay, we just got another message. They're saying 5:15. It is 20 to 5 right now. So that's another 35 minutes. Okay.
They are connecting though, so we see them because the grandmother is doing the like greetings to the men right now.
Okay, so again, where was I? I lost track again.
You have to work with your past generations to make sure that there's this land to pass it
Oh,
on to
yeah.
your future generations.
Okay, so Native people are always working intergenerationally. Non-Native people, they don't even know the truth of the generation before them. You are working, if you're non-Native, you are working with the generation before you, but you're not working within a human identity. You're working, especially if you're here in our house, you're working within a colonial agenda, a genocidal agenda. And so, well, this, again, when you divide things, you put it on a scale, is colonization, genocide, is this a good thing? Well, that tips the scales. You put colonization, that tips the scales right away. You put genocide, there's no way in hell that you could ever, any non-Native person here in Turtle Island, ever try to believe that you are a good person. The only way that you are or could be a good person is if you are working within a proper two-row wampum relationship with the original peoples, not to just say we're friends. We don't want to be friends with non-Native people. Why? If we wanted to be friends with non-Native people, we'll go to where non-Natives are from, because that's where we will have contact with true non-Native people who are in their true identity. Now, here's what we got to examine then. What is the truth of the non-Native people who are here? What is it? How would you describe where you are at? I'll give you a couple of options here. I will say you are either in limbo, purgatory, or you are in a transitioning stage being prepared to evolve. Which one is it? Now, let's say if you're in limbo, you're in purgatory, well, there's only one way for you to get out of there. Now, if you are in a transitional stage waiting to be evolved, then this means that you have to be qualified. So no matter what, all non-Native people, no matter which way you look at it, because there's only two ways that you are here in Turtle Island. And it's only because I am giving the benefit of the doubt, which I should not do, because there is no doubt as to how all non-native people are here. So I'll readjust that statement and I'll narrow it down to the fact is that there is only one way that all non-native people are here. And again, unless you are engaged in a proper two-world wampum relationship. And that way is under a colonial genocide. That's the only way that any non-native people have made it here to Turtle Island from wherever the hell they come from, wherever their bloodlines come from, because there's no other way. Unless you are a person who walked across a land bridge, unless you are a person, say of the early Vikings who came across and maybe, but even still, that didn't work out. There is no unless here. There is only one way that the non-native people are here. And so there is no debate on this. There is no question about this. We are telling you that you are here illegally. There's no debate on it. So you see, like this guy that I showed you the example who I'm in this one discussion with. This guy is the status quo for white guys. All white guys, all white men, all think the same way. I've never run into one that hasn't. They all think the same way. Now, again, understand, I am discerning two different types of white people or non-native. People who are engaged in a proper two-world wampum relationship, and then there is all the rest. And so all the rest are, no matter what they want to classify themselves as, they are classified by us as being here illegally in our house. Think of this. If you go to bed tonight and in the morning, you wake up, you go into your living room and you see people sitting on your couch. Are they there legally? And one of them might even say, and we even seen this in a movie just a couple of days ago, one of them said, we'll even say, well, your door was open. Well, your door was open, so I came in. If your door is open, does that mean that that person is there legally? Of course not. So if you woke up tomorrow and you got a bunch of people sitting on your living room sofa, are they there legally? No, they're not. And if you tell them to leave and they don't, and they end up having children, and their children end up having children till eventually you got generations down the road and they got children, are those children there legally? Or are they there illegally? This is the only circumstance as to which all white and non-native people are here in Turtle Island. There is no other circumstance. Again, unless you are engaged in a proper two-world wampum relationship. If you are not, I don't care what any non-native person says or wants to say about what they think about themselves or what they believe is their legal position or whatever, or their legal status. You can't ask a criminal what their legal status is. You can never do that. And so we can never ask the white man, the non-native people, as to what their legal status is or what justice is. Never. They are not people of law. The only place that law will come from on this planet is from the original peoples of Turtle Island, because we are the only people left within law. We did not leave our house. We did not export our problems to other people. We are the only people who face things like real women and real men. We confront truths, we confront corruptions, and we address them, and we eliminate them. We don't perpetuate them. We don't sweep it under a rug. We don't protect people because they are our family. There is no nepotism within the native people because of the clan system. The clan system will not allow nepotism. It's impossible to have nepotism within the clan system. But the problem is today is that our people, most of our people have even forgotten that they even have clans within their nation. Most of our people forgot what the clans are. Most of the people can't identify with clans any longer. And so this is what was identified earlier about how I keep my bloodline strong, how I work with my deceased grandfather before I was ever born. Work with him, how he worked with me in the continuum through, as you see, some of you seen what we do with the land here. So there is a continuum that is a reality. The white man, the non-native people, they don't have no continuum to them. They're all looking at how to leave their mark. So they don't see their mark, their legacy as their children. They see the statue that's built in their name, in their image. They see that as legacy. They see a 60-story building that they build, or a dam, or some huge mega construction project. This is a legacy that they have left upon the earth. They have left a black mark, like a cancer. This is not our way. Our way is the way of law. And so within law, there is a constant gathering of the minds of the people. This is what the well within each nation is doing constantly. Now, people today don't know what well is any longer. They don't associate with that. They don't know what it means. So anyways, within each nation, the well is supposed to be constantly gathering the minds of the people so that they got their finger on the pulse of the people, that they know what's going on. Oh, okay, this is what's happening. Yeah, your heart beats at this rate. It's too fast. It's too slow. It's this or it's that. So that the head of the people knows what to what this line of discussion to filter back to the people. Your heart beats too low right now. Okay, we got to talk about increasing. We got to get energy into the people. Your heart beats too high. Okay, we got to calm the people down. We got to bring ceremony into the people. Whereas on the other end, it may have been still ceremony, but it may have been a lacrosse game to bring the level up. On the other end, it might bring, depending on the season, time of year, you know, whatever specific type of ceremony, to like to slow down, not to have a fast heartbeat or a fast rhythm within the nation. And so this is what the well does, keeps its finger on the heartbeat of the nation so that it can constantly manage the nation. By managing all that well knows is within its society. And so when it sees there's a little bit too much over here, let's say male aggression, well then it knows of the medicine people, and the medicine people will be called in to deal with the male aggression. And here's one of the things that was always utilized to deal with male aggression, but it's illegal in this world today. It's the medicine that our people have always used. Today, non-native people mislabel it. They identify it as a drug, but the pharmaceuticals that they make, this is what is level of drug. But the natural medicines, where there is no bad, what do you call that? Bad side effect, where there's no like too much of it isn't going to do damage to you or whatever. This is what our people use to calm down the male dominance in the younger males. But it's not there for those younger males just to access it and use it the way that children are in school today. They're smoking marijuana because they know it to be a drug. The non-native world has hyped it up in the minds of their children so that they will abuse proper medicines. So that by abusing proper medicines, well, your body, your system becomes used to something where you need then something higher or something different in order to compensate, say, a regular level of that medicine. So it turns into a drug. It turns into drug abuse. This is the corruption of the non-native world. So the well would see too much male abuse over there. They would get the specific medicine people. In this instance, it might not be a medicine man, it would be a medicine woman, an elder woman, to come and to speak to this young guy and to apply it and to explain to this young guy how he is to use this medicine and how he is supposed to have the proper interaction. Now, why would it be an old woman, an old medicine woman? There's a lot of people, young people, who have knowledge of medicines. I had knowledge of medicines when I was a kid, but it's not proper for me as a kid to be teaching other kids unless we were all of a sudden left alone in this world. But as there is someone else older than me, then it's proper for them to teach. And so same thing in this instance, that when you are talking about a male dominance festering within young males, then you go to the opposite side of which they're having the issue with, and you go to the eldest. And so it's that eldest within our peoples that it's ingrained into the young men in the first place, that there's respect, that you listen to your elders. He may be going a little bit off course because he's dealing with his girlfriend or his wife, you know, or someone his age. When you're dealing with that, might be more prone to not listening and not being as fair. But when you get an elder step in there and start to give the medicine in the proper way and to teach that young male about a proper interaction with her daughters, then this is a proper application, a proper introduction for that male to that medicine, and being shown the proper use of it. And so in another instance, different medicines might be applied, and not just a medicine that you would think of like something that you would take like a root or something like that. But law, knowledge is medicine. So in a different instance, the knowledge that is applied, the medicine that is applied might be an actual medicine that you would smoke, or a medicine that you would drink, or that you would eat, mix with your food, and dependent on where the problem is in your body, you know, like sometimes you want to chew it, you want it to dissolve, to start to do its work on the tract on the way down. Sometimes that's not where your focus is, so you want to just swallow it. You want it to be in your belly really fast. You don't want it to start breaking down and like dispersing here in the upper tract system, whatever. You know, you might want it to go direct to your belly, and then in other cases, as you know, you might want it to go even beyond your belly. You want it to go into places that where when you get older, it affects you. Now, these things are extrapolated into the society. So think about this. Here right now, I just identified something that you can say like constipation. Can that be extrapolated to a society? Yes, it can. The society can be constipated. Yes, it can. The society can be male dominant, not just one person in that house over there always beating his wife or something. No, the entire society is like that when that's happening in one house. It's because the society does not know how to live. They do not know how to provide the proper living circumstances to avoid male dominance. So, proper living circumstances to avoid male dominance, there's only one way, and that's within the longhouse. There is only one way for a proper, for a society to allow for a woman, a life giver, to be raised properly and free. There's only one way, and that's for the women to live in a collective society where they are the authority, where they are the owners of the house, the authority in that house, where whatever they say everyone in that house has to abide by it. Every male must abide by it. Now, you don't have these circumstances in your individual households. Your individual household is a corruption of the white man, where it goes back to castles. And those castles were built for war. They'll say, oh, no, it was built for defense, to defend our people from these other crazy people who were at war. They were built for war. They're all crazy collectively because they came apart from being something that was together. So when you come apart from being something that was together, and then from that point you start fighting and start warring, well, there's no justification to it. It's just that their memory, their justifications only go back to that point. They forget about their pre-war history. They forget that they purposely broke apart. They came apart. So they're only starting, the non-native is only starting looking at history from them all being at war with each other. You can't have a proper people that way. It's impossible. And the proof is in the pudding. It's there. In every society, every country on earth is a result of the white man going around the world, colonizing, spreading his poisonous way of thinking. Everyone on earth is subjected to that. I don't care. You take, for instance, there's
They are
Okay.
already logged into the Zoom,
Oh,
and
okay.
they are asking if we want to have the sound on because there's a grandmother that is sharing, so we would like to listen to them.
Okay, we're gonna go to them then. See what's happening there. And just tell them to let us know when they're ready for us.
She said that she had not put the sound because it was interfering with you.
Tell them we were just killing time. Can we hear?
No,
Okay.
we're trying to figure it out. They were supposed to have a projector, but it doesn't work, so they are just working from a laptop.
Okay. What do we do about hearing them?
Well, that's what they are trying to figure out.
How about if we just put them on the screen for now?
Okay.
Is it with us why we can't hear them?
No, it's really from them. Oh, Wendy there.
JD? Oh, Desiree's there.
Yeah. Not in Winnipeg though.
I couldn't see who was there.
Oh, Tracy. We don't hear you at all. Oh, you're muted. That might be that. But a while ago you were not muted.
Okay, maybe let's go split screen then for now, so it might be easier for us to communicate.
No, they are unmuted and we still don't hear them.
Okay, so for anybody who can hear us, there's some kind of technical problem. There's a glitch with the communication where they are on the ground in Winnipeg. There's the sound is in something wrong with sound there. It's nothing we can do about it, nothing on our end. So we'll just see what happens.
How about maybe just their volume, because I seem to hear something, but very light.
Now, what you hear is us over here. We were talking.
I'm making you a stick for your water drum, Stuart.
Oh, yeah. That's all has water jump.
Mhm.
Okay, if maybe if they could hear us over there, we might be interfering. So maybe we should.
Well, the idea was for us to listen to them so we would shut up, but now it's like we're in between.
Okay, but if we're talking, are we interfering with them?
No, because Sabrina is trying to fix the audio issue and I don't know if you saw, but she went to a separate room.
Yeah.
Without the assembly.
Okay, well, if we can't hear them, it won't be possible for look there.
It just disconnected, so maybe they're trying to restart the computer or something like that.
Okay, so if it doesn't work out, let's see, how long would we wait? What time is it now?
Well, they had said 5:15 is 5:09.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I don't want to just keep talking for entertainment purposes.
Well, maybe somebody else would like to take the relay.
No, no. Away, yo, hoyane, yo, away, 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 hey, yo, hoyane, yo, away, yo, hey, away, hey, yo, hoyane, yo, away, hey, away, hey, yo, hoyane, yo, away, hey, away, hey, yo, hoyane, yo, away, hey, away, hey, yo, hoyane. 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 Yo, away, hey, you. Wee. Hamba himada, hamba asha, hamba himada, hamba asha, hamba himada, hamba asha. Weyane, 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 hamba himada, hamba asha, hamba himada, hamba asha. Weyane, 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 you. Wee. Way yo ho, 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 you. Wee. Yahojana, 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 hey, 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 Yahojana, 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 hey, 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 Yahojana, Yahojana, you. Wee. Hogianane, 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 yaho, yare, hogianane, 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 yaho, yare, hogianane, hogianane, you. Wee.
Sheila back. Can you hear us good?
Hello.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Now we hear you.
You're here? Okay. So on the computer, you still have an issue with the projector, but you can hear me. I'll bring the computer on the other side.
around the world, and then that's diet, your death experience. She's 1 minutes. Love, she's got 27 seed houses on the road. She scooped me up. Again, like I say, you can be It's about finding that bridge. Because we need time to each other. Anything to change. So, thank you for listening.
So normally we go. You're gonna be up next whenever we get around to the next ceremony.
They're just letting now. Now they're just observing, are ready to connect, so it's not official. They're like they're here.
Are you talking to us?
I'm gonna work taking that. And film in the lab and all those things.
So they are just closing the camera. They're trying to connect Bluetooth to everybody.
So we have people being here and present. Helping, I'm not sure what's. Usually, I'm not too sure. We go by speed.
Yeah, so they are still trying to fix the audio.
Okay, so anybody who's with us, they're still working on fixing the audio there. We all got to understand there's a good possibility that the communication today might not work. This is not to be of discouragement to anyone. just the fact that we are here on this level is this is more than what and as we know, what has been there, what has been here. So just to be here on this level of just to look at each other, just to connect, is if it's got to be the first interaction, then that is going to be good enough. But hopefully that we are going to have the interaction. But just be prepared for it to, you know, technology doesn't always work in our favor. I guess I'll keep singing for now. So if you are joining us, if you're watching on Facebook or if you're on the Zoom with us, or maybe you're going to see this at some point in the future, right now we're waiting. As you can see with the split screen, this is in Winnipeg. This is what the people who are gathered there, and we're waiting for them to get some technical glitches fixed out of the way there on the ground where they're at. So we're in a holding pattern right now. What's that sound?
Well, they're trying to connect the Bluetooth. I don't know to what, but I guess it might be like a interfering sound.
Yeah, but their image is frozen, so it's like they're out of it. Huh?
That's a good point.
So anyways, this is what's happening right now. Oh, wait, are they there?
And we can tell the internet is also not that stable on their end. They say they can hear us.
Maybe what they need is one of those
Block rockers.
those blue cords too.
Oh yeah.
What is that cable called?
Ethernet.
Maybe a suggestion, if someone has like a mobile phone, they can access Zoom with a toll-free number, and the speaker could hold the phone so we could hear them clearly.
Well, just
Maybe make sure not to have more than one utility open, because that's what's maybe causing the glitch, you know, like how it's noisy.
So
Okay,
Sabrina is saying that they are hooking another computer. So thank you for the suggestion that they will take this other computer out.
just remember how long it took us in doing Zooms and you know, doing live videos, how long it took us to work out all the glitches, you know, sound and video and all of that. So, you know, like I said, us just being here together in the same place today for the purpose of which we're gathered, this is the first step anyway. So it's right now, it's more than what we had yesterday. It's more than what we could hope for. So we'll hang in there for a while to see if we get a good connection.
So over there, JD is speaking, he's sharing, but unfortunately we cannot hear him. But they do hear us. So it's a little bit...
Oh, so...
But Wendy is connecting right now. She's physically there. So Sabrina's asking if they should open the sound. So in the meantime, while they fix the other computer.
I don't know. I don't know nothing about that stuff.
Sabrina, you go ahead as you think is best for you, you know, like to establish it good in your end, and we are adjusting totally to you.
Maybe we could try Wendy's phone sound, you know, like we would have the image from the computer, but using Wendy's phone for the sound.
The only way to know is to test her sound also if she's lagging.
Okay, I'm gonna go walk around to people.
There was Stuart in the longhouse out east. Plays a role in that. And her son's here. Julie was a part of helping me put together the claim to the Hague, and has a major group of people that work with different government bodies, both in the US and Canada here, and are visionaries and seers, and help coach people that have those gifts in that direction and want to enhance their own personal acknowledgement towards that. And so that's where that all comes in. And you're both host of other people that I've met along the way. Hopefully Pat will be here, and Freedom George, and different fan mothers that they're bringing. That's why we felt that this would be the appropriate thing. And then right here with that with the creative guide them and direct them. We'll just have to come up with a little bit of knowledge. They're texting me left and right, but I'll sort of just wait till you get there.
Yeah, they can hear you now perfectly.
With that, are we ready to roll and let Stuart take over? Sorry that
Sorry.
Are you addressing us right now?
Well, I think so. I think
Yes, you can start now, Stuart. I think they have it.
Okay, the sound is really bad. It's really broken up. Like if you say a sentence of 5 words, we're hearing maybe 2.5 of them.
I
So-
think it's because they have their computer sound open. They should turn off the computer sound and just leave
We're
Wendy's
doing it.
phone on.
We are working on it.
Or okay.
some of them will hold their functions well. And we've got some people in time. So there's a board. Don't feel set, but you know, record.
Tracy, just let me know when he can start.
what's going on? Is there...
Yeah, I mean, it's just that there's two audio opening. Like there's Wendy's and there's their computer, so now we don't know from where we are hearing. But if the both are open, it creates interference too, you know. So that has just to be figured out.
Yes. Either my sound goes off or your sound goes off.
Okay, Wendy, is it just Wendy that can hear us right now?
Yeah, because she's
Yes.
Okay, so we can't hear what they're saying, so maybe you could just let them know that we're gonna have to just wing it. Whenever they're ready, we'll just wing it and give our greetings and say what we think.
Did you want to start with my?
With what?
They just need to which audio really works good, you know, because at this stage we don't know if it's the computer or the phone, so we just need to determine what audio they take so we can hear them properly. But we don't know.
We can't hear you properly on either one. It's not working, right?
Default everything device.
Oh, and now there's also Tracy, so now we have three. We should just close two sounds to let one go, so there's no interference.
Anybody can connect to that if they like.
Can you connect to it? Bluetooth?
What's that?
Can you try to connect Bluetooth to her speaker? Because usually it comes into hers, it doesn't come into mine.
How do you do that? I never did that.
If you go in Bluetooth, do you want me to help you?
Okay.
Or if Wendy's audio, see if that works.
What's the name of it?
I don't know.
Come up here. Show me. It doesn't come up. Nowhere. I'm not sorry showing right with my phone. Oh. Okay. Our phone was connected to it, so I wouldn't connect to computer. So when you come out of my place,
Close it.
it would have worked there. Operate opening your computer.
I think we're close.
Because something that could work, maybe, I don't know, because I'm not there. If your sound is good, Wendy, maybe you can bring it closer to the person that will be speaking, and the image can be from the computer. But I don't know how it works for everybody.
Okay, since we're having some difficulties, we're going to take this time to have a little bit of a break for some of the people who have been working and their sugars may be dropping. So please help yourself to what is there and this leave.
That sound is terrible.
Because it's too wide.
And anyway, that was okay. So we're going to take that time for that for now. All right, thank you. Would you guys like to have some more teaching? Or you guys just want to yes. We're going to invite them in. And, but then like another person started like going on in here because some of them might not want to come in. So, yeah, just put them that way. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe even ask them to come for something to eat. Hold on, I'll see if I can. Just.
Hey, look at Angel's picture.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say last time.
We got pictures like that too?
Yeah, we all took. I just don't know who took them, maybe Angel.
Was it just her who took them? Or?
Well, she put it on her Zoom profile, but I think she.
Just to answer you, Stuart, I sent yours, but I could send all of yours. I have them on my phone.
Yay! We all want to be with you.
Say hi to friends.
Yay!
Say hi.
Yay! Go there with your mama, yeah. All right. The sweatshirt too.
Okay, I don't know, should
Think about peeing in the morning. Finally give it up at the day. Wondering why you're disciplined and disciplined.
should
It was great. It's flat. It was very. Yeah.
since we can't hear them, if talking, it's gonna interfere with them though, right?
Oh, yeah. Because we're connected.
Chris, you want a donut? Get a donut.
Yes, we want a donut.
Donuts for everyone.
Sorry, I don't know technical stuff, so I don't know why it's not working. I cannot help them.
Yeah, that's where we are too. Technical. Okay, so right now they're working. We can talk and it's not gonna interfere.
Yeah. When did we talk? We don't interfere over there, huh?
No, you can talk. You can start.
Okay. All right. So for now, anybody who might be watching us on Facebook Live, or if you are on a Zoom with us, or maybe seeing this at some time in the future, we are waiting to connect with people who are on the ground in Winnipeg right now. There's technical difficulties preventing us from having proper communication. We can't hear anything that's being said in there. We can make out maybe a few words out of a sentence, but it's really muffled. Now, this might seem discouraging to some people. This is not discouraging. This is a little glitch. And even if we do not have the proper communication today, no one is to be discouraged by this. This is the first step attempted to be made at a gathering of the minds, to bring the people together under one mind, where there's one truth between us, where the people can counsel together, where the people can arrive at a proper conclusion, a proper assessment of any circumstance. Because as you know, at this time right now in the world, over the past few years, we are bombarded with fake news. We are bombarded with corporations now doing things that in the past only countries could do. Where corporations are affecting technology and the environment from a business standpoint, where it's affecting absolutely everybody. Now, one corporation has the ability to do what even some countries can't do. You have some corporations that are richer than many countries, and these corporations are taking it upon themselves to do things like put balloons in the sky, put things in the sky that are considered a threat by other people, and to the point of where a country will shoot down those balloons without even knowing what is in those. So we are all subject to this right now, and so anything could be happening, could be done to us. So it's a matter of us being able to get together, counsel. And so
I think they can hear you now.
Oh, they can
We
hear
can
us
hear
now?
that, yeah. Well, I heard
Just to let you know, Stuart, they set you up to the amplifier so we can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, so we're adjusting right now.
we just started, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
I didn't know that.
from my phone, we don't have the big screen up, but we can hear you. You're on microphone, you're amplified.
Okay, apologies to everybody. We just thought that we were like killing time right now, that we were working on a technical issue. So we were just talking to the people who were with us in the Zoom, and there's some people who are with us on Facebook Live. Okay, but now that we know this, okay, I was just saying that because of the communication, the issue with the communication, we might not have a full and proper dialogue today, but this is not for us to be discouraged about. The fact that we are at this stage is, I'll say that this is the most promising thing that humans are currently doing on the planet. That of everything that is being done on the planet by humans, this is the groundbreaking work of bridging many different cultures, many different backgrounds, beliefs, different perceptions. No one else is trying to do this. This is something that is happening here within Turtle Island, that there are many native people who have been working within this agenda since for 500 years. And there has been many non-native people who have been working within this agenda also, within each generation. And so what we have to be realistic about is that there has been communication in the past. It hasn't been maintained. It hasn't been like a constant where, say, that if you are a non-native person and you have an issue, say, with me, let's say we got into an argument on the street, you are supposed to have access to the council to bring this issue in front of the people to address me. I am supposed to have the same access that if I have an issue with a non-native person, that we have a council process where we can raise these concerns and have these things properly addressed. And so this is the only action that is geared towards this, that is all-inclusive, that yes, we are the original peoples of Turtle Island, are re, rebuilding ourselves, but we are at the same time extending through Two-Row Wampum to have proper communications with the non-native people who have been here and living and doing things the way that they want up until now. And so we need to have this proper communication so we can address what is affecting all of us worldwide. And so it's not just issues here in so-called Canada or so-called United States or in Europe or anywhere. These are worldwide issues that we have to address, and we cannot fall into the closed-mindedness of addressing something just for one community, just for one people or one nation. We must look at from the broader perspective of humanity as to what we are all confronted with. And myself, we accept non-native science. We accept it. We believe it. We trust it. And the science that we are identifying is the science that the scientists from around the world had participated in a study for the United Nations in 2017, where they concluded that the people of the world have only until the year 2030 in which to reverse the destruction that we have already caused to the environment. Now, this was as of 2017. This is 5 years ago. 5 years ago, and we are only 7 years away from the mark that the scientists of the world have identified. So we trust the science, and we are saying to people of the world that you must trust the science also. And so this means that since we can see that governments, organizations are not taking this warning seriously, because nobody is taking the steps to take proper action to reverse these things by the year 2030. If there is steps in this, well, let's say there's steps being taken here in so-called Canada. Are you aware of it? Are you on board with it? Did the government come out and tell you, this is what's got to be done by 2030, this is our agenda, this is what we all got to do? No, they are not coming out and telling you this. Not in Canada, not in the United States, not in Europe, not in anywhere. No one is doing this. And so we have to accept the reality that science tells us this. The people who hired the scientists are not listening to the scientists. So we got to understand the people of the world have to come together. It is we who must bond together in order to address this thing that is attacking us worldwide. So, native people have to rebuild our nations. Non-native people have to rebuild their nations. We have to rebuild our nations together and then connect in a proper Two-Row Wampum relationship so that we can have conclusion. Because as it is right now, let's say if the native people were to work with non-native people. Now, we know there is a lot of non-native people that want the truth, that want to address things, but there is the reality of that your system, your political systems, your organizations, they don't want to address these things. They want to sweep these things under the rug. They want their way of life to continue. But if the non-native people's way of life continues, then that means the people of the earth will not be able to do anything about that deadline of 2030. So it tells us that we must be able to conclude properly. So the native people can say, this is what we're going to do. What can the non-native people say right now? Can the non-native people say, this is what they're going to do? As an individual, if you are a non-native person, you can say, yes, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to support. But the reality is that you are still a part of a system. You are still paying taxes into a system. So you can be standing right alongside of us and identifying that you are our ally. But the reality is, as long as non-native people are paying their taxes to a system that continues to exist solely on the multi-generational corruption of colonization, then we're actually getting nowhere with the individual. The individual can work with us and say good things, that they want good things, but at the end of the year, your government comes along and takes your tax dollars out of you. And you got no choice. Now, you are at war. You are colonizing. You are oppressing. Even though you cannot see yourself directly connected to these things. But the reality is every non-native person from around the world that has come here to Turtle Island are here under a colonial agenda. There is no other agenda. This is the only way that non-native people have gotten here. But when you consider that you're, say, the ultimate way to identify what you are aligned with is to look at your legal system, your judicial system. So when it comes down to your judicial system, you look at, like, for instance, in the so-called United States, you, the defendant, is up against the state of California, the state of New York. But here, in so-called Canada, who is the defendant up against? The defendant is not up against a province, not even up against so-called Canada, which is here, physically here, in this land. Every so-called Canadian is physically here in this land. Every so-called province is physically here. The land that's called Canada is physically here. But the reality of when you are in court, you are defending yourself against someone that is not here. You are defending yourself against somebody that lives in Britain. And up until now, it has been who every so-called Canadian refers to as that woman they call their queen. But maybe it's already changed. I don't know if maybe it's going to be in a few months. Soon it's going to be this new guy that every so-called Canadian is calling their king. Now, you can separate yourself, and this is not only for non-native people. This is native people also. Because more native people are actually aligned with our genocider than aren't. When you consider the amount of native people in this land, more native people are aligned with that guy they called their king than aligned within the identity of the nation that they claim to be a part of. Because almost every native person is part and parcel to the British imposed genocidal elective system. Almost every native person participates in it, votes in it, or if you don't, you work in it, and if you don't, well, you benefit, you apply to it for monies one way or another. So you are a subject of it. I don't have any kind of connection to the British imposed genocidal elective system, the band system, that people today in different parts of the country now refer to as their hereditary system. Imagine our people adopting the white man's democracy and calling it our hereditary system. So this is to identify to the non-native people that the native people have just as many problems as the non-native people do. We actually have more corruptions than the non-native people, because the non-native people came from corruption. The native people came from a purity, came from a balance, came from a world of peace, where we had eliminated war, where we had eliminated the stuff that you are supposed to evolve out of. You know, when we were coming up to teenagers, we entered puberty. Maybe some got out of puberty. Some people never get out of puberty. But you know that you get through puberty and you're supposed to evolve. You're supposed to become an adult. Well, Our people have evolved out of the dark ages of war over 2,000 years ago. We had experienced peace, balance, love, matrilineal authority for over 1,500 years here in Turtle Island before the great darkness of the white man arrived. And when the darkness of the white man arrived, you know the genocide that he inflicted. So today, after 500 years of that genocide, there are many people who are thinking male dominance. There are many people who are believing in voting, believing in participating in voting. Our people were never stupid enough to divide our people. Our mothers are not that stupid. Our mothers know that if you put an issue on the floor for the people to vote on, our mothers know that you are dividing the people. Who is stupid enough to divide the people? Who is stupid enough to participate in something that divides them? Who is stupid enough to accept division? You know who? The native people. Because you look in all of our communities, and this is precisely what you find. The divisions in my community is no different than the divisions in your communities, and even if the community is an urban community, even if it's urban natives, we all have the same experience with the corruptions of colonization that the white man has inflicted upon us. And today, well, some people will say it's racist. We hear this all the time. Native people know. It's ridiculous that when we hear white people, white men, saying, get over it, or it wasn't me, it was 100 years ago, the non-native people don't realize this is the reason why native people just can't talk to them, can't talk to yous. Because we're not talking on a level of reality with yous. Because the non-native people don't speak from reality. And so, to get our voices on the same level, we must create an interface. Now, the facts is that the non-native people are not going to create this interface because they don't know. They just do not know. Only the native people know. And so what we know is not the garbage that fills our minds of today. This is not what we know. What we know is what we lived prior to the coming of the great darkness of the white man. That's what we know. That's what is fact and truth. Everything that has happened in the last 500 years that has confuddled our societies, turned it upside down, turned truth into lies, none of this can be trusted. And so it tells us that it is time for us to revisit ourselves, to re-examine our own identity. Are we within identity? So we'll understand, or we'll establish first in our discussion that begins today. It's not going to begin and end here today, and even at the end of this conference of 3-4 days, it's not going to end here. This is just the beginning. But to start this conversation and to have it on the path of facts, then we establish from the truth of the native reality. And so the native reality is that there is only one identity in each of our nations. But what has happened, again, through the colonization, the white man has superimposed over us a corruption that they call democracy. Democracy is a state of schizophrenia upon anyone who participates in it. The moment you participate in democracy, you have schizophrenicized yourself. You are within a schizophrenic mind. Because you look at the white man's world of democracy and you can see one end of the spectrum is that in Florida, you have an old man feeding the homeless. The other end of the spectrum is that you have the police that old man pays taxation dollars to go and stop that old man from feeding the homeless and criminalize and arrest that old man. That is a state of schizophrenia. Now, that is not just something that develops on the street because you got a lack of communication, within the system. No, that is something that was developed in the so-called halls of government, in the political arena of so-called democracy, where democracy says one thing on one side, it says peace, holds out its hand in peace, but then on the other hand, it's got a gun in its hand. And so this is the reality of what the Native people know. And so we deal from this reality as to what has been done to our societies, to our nations, and our nations have been divided by the white man's corruption. Now, here in Ganawage, it's the same as every other community. They have imposed this template of democracy, which is voting, which is male dominance. Because to vote, it goes on your opinion. Where do you want to eat tonight? Let's go on opinion. Well, mothers know that that's going to divide their children. It's going to divide their people. So you never go the path of democracy. And so to not go the path of democracy where it's left to opinions to decide things, then you must have things decided based on law, based on constitution. And so this is where within our nations that we get back to our original identities and knowing and understanding that each nation had great law of peace. Each nation exercised it, each nation lived it, and within their nation, they had their community councils. Within the nation, they had their clan councils. They had their, from their nation, they had their confederacy councils, that they had grand councils with other nations. This was a commonality everywhere throughout Turtle Island. And the only way you can do this is through following a common constitution. A common truth, a thread that flows through all of us. Now, how can we determine what constitution is now from this point where we are today? It's not hard to do this because even the white man, which most of our people are following now, even the white man's science proves to you law of creation. Our people lived it, knew it. It was our spirituality. They came along with religion, which is war. Spirituality that our people carry means it's the true science. Because our spirituality connects us with the reality of how the trees interact with the birds and create oxygen and everything through osmosis, how it all works within creation. It connects us to all of that. Our law keeps us bound within all of that. And how it keeps us bound within all of this is to recognize authority within our nations. Who is authority within your nation? You extrapolate authority within your nation from within your individual house. Whose authority within your house? You know who is authority? Ma, mother, clan mother is authority within our house. So we extrapolate that to the nation. And women, the life givers, holding the power of authority, then giving the men the authority to hold chieftainship title, but the women having the power and authority to remove those men in an instant if they do not adhere to law. This is empowerment of the people, immediate, on the ground empowerment, activation of constitution. And so it may sound like a pipe dream from where we're at right now. Tell the world that we're in male dominance and we are in constant state of war. The non-native has been in a constant state of war because of male dominance for thousands of years now. We would have to be stupid to follow him. But yet all of our people are, in fact, following him. And so the non-native people can see the ridiculousness of the path that they are on. And so they can see when they look at our people, the ridiculousness of our people following the white man down the path of oblivion. This is complete insanity. And so our people are tricked by an illusion. Everywhere where our people are, you are tricked by the illusion of democracy. Because that's where all the people are, you follow them. No, I do not do that. I would have to be stupid to follow the majority of the people in my community. If I followed the majority of the people in my community, I'd be kissing the white man's ass every second of the day. And that is not going to happen. We are in the process of correction, which means we are addressing what the white man has done here in this world. We are addressing it and we are applying solution. But it can only be done again from within Constitution where our mothers are the authority. The mothers must have authority over the household. In your individual household, you cannot serve two masters. There cannot be two people, two bosses. In the individual house, there is only one boss. And again, that's Ma. Dad may be there as the enforcer, but only on what Ma tells him. Dad does not have the power or the authority to do anything outside of what Ma says, unless Dad can point out from within law something that Ma is overlooking. But if he can't, then Ma has final word. Dad must listen to Ma, and children must comply with that word that is handed down, not from people in our nation who are making decisions for the here and now. No way. This is the white man's way. It must be made from decisions from within our people who are living within, actively being a living member of our identity of our nations. Anyone else? You got some elected fool, some elected band counselor telling you, oh, we got to comply with this law or affecting child services over your community because they say, well, this is the laws we got to abide by. Then you have somebody who looks like you, who is kissing the white man's ass, selling out your people, leading you in deeper into a colonial genocide. Your hands will be tied forever, unable to do anything about what is happening to your children, exactly, precisely like what we are all confronted with right now. And so the purpose of this whole process is to bring our minds together. First and foremost, to bring the native people back under our original identity. I do not accept anyone who is an active participant in the British imposed genocidal elected band system. I do not accept them. These people are treasonous to our people. They are, like within the human body, a cell that has become poisoned with cancer. After it is poisoned with cancer, you can no longer have any kind of connection to that cell because it will poison you also. And so, within the Ganyangahaga Traditional Council, this is what we identify. We do not recognize anyone who participates within the British imposed genocidal elected band system or tribal system on the so-called state side. All such people who participate in it are actively working to destroy us. We have no part of them. They are illegal. If we were within our identity, just like any nation on earth, if you had people within you that were treasonous, you would deal with them in accordance with the way that every nation on earth knows that you have to deal with treasonous people. But our people are kissing their ass because they work for the white man. And they bring in the white man system and they take our money, steal our money, and put it into housing programs and stuff like that, where we are already supposed to get free housing, and instead make your children get a loan to build a house so that you keep paying money to them. They have established themselves as the tax collectors for the white man, putting themselves in between us and the white man, putting themselves in a position of power to tax us. Who of the native people gave any native person in any reserve the right to do that? Anyone? No one. But just like here in Ganawagit, they are doing it right now. They are applying taxation right now through bureaucracy. The moment that you apply for a handout from them, even if it is welfare, even if you need it, even if it is schooling and you need it, anything that you need, and you're going to get it through the system, it's coming from the white man to destroy you. It is a lie. So if you comply with it, you are compliant with your own genocide. So do not even apply for welfare. Do not accept it. It's going to be hard, right? It's going to be very hard. Don't apply for it. Should we get welfare? Do native people get welfare? When this money that's coming from the white man, he's sleeping in our garage. He's supposed to be paying rent, but he's a deadbeat. He doesn't want to pay rent. He wants to live for free. And even more than free, he wants to steal the food out of a refrigerator in our house. He wants to steal the food out of our children's mouths. This is, in fact, what the white man is doing. And every time that you agree to pay a tax to that white man, you are doing it to your children. So every time that a native person recognizes the British imposed genocidal elective system, every time you apply to it, vote in it, participate in it, support it, work for it, benefit from any of its programs or policies or monies, you are complying with killing your own children. We are not a part of that. We identify that this is the poison that our people must remove out of ourselves. We are not going to work with you. And I don't care if anybody says, well, they don't want to work with us anyways. I don't care. We are not going to work with you, any person who is connected to the ban system. Now, think of this. People can say bad stuff about us, about me, all they want. People say it all the time. Whatever. They never substantiate it. They can't justify it, but they just want to say bad stuff. Can they say what we are saying? Can they say they are separate from it? I'll guarantee you, no, they cannot. So this is the reality, the first and foremost of what the native people must come to terms with. Here we are, there's a mix, let's say, just as an example, there's 10 natives. Out of those 10 natives, that if you're a non-native person and you're looking at them, you see 10 natives there. Do you know that those are not natives? Do you know that you're looking at band system people? Do you know that you're looking at a person who's not in their identity? And so if they're not in their identity, whose identity are they in? And think about this, the purpose of the so-called British Nazi residential school concentration camps. What was that for? That was to change the identity. It was to take the native out of the child, change the identity. Now, once the identity is changed, think of this. If you're old enough, if you're like me, you've been through, let's say, you've seen 8 tracks, you've seen cassettes, and then you've seen CDs. And then from CDs, you've seen, what was next? MP3, I guess. And then whatever there is now, a cloud. So we've seen all of this stuff. Now, don't forget that in order for you to go from 8-track to cassette, you could not play your cassette in the 8-track. You had to get a new system to play that cassette in. And so when the people are changed, when the white man came along with the church and inflicted the British imposed genocidal, British Nazi genocidal concentration camps, when these were imposed, it was to pull something out. There's the old thing. So here was the natives, just as the example, it was an 8-track. So they pulled the 8-track out. And they instilled, through the British Nazi residential school concentration camps, they instilled a different, how would we compare this? Not an operating system. They instilled a different system within the person. Prior to that, they were native. And the comparisons is 8-track. So they took out the 8-track, took out the native, and they put in cassette now. But in order for that cassette to play, they had to have a new system to put this native in. What was the new system? Everybody knows. It was the British imposed genocidal elected band system. And so all of our people are in there and they're thinking it's okay. And all of the non-native people see native people in there and think that that's native. It's not native. You non-native people have to get this into your head that they are not native people. They have adopted your way. And so if they have adopted your way, they are in fact a part of the problem. They are not a part of our people who are standing against what you have been doing. They are standing with you, doing what you have been doing. And the proof is this. I know, I grew up here in Kahnawake, and what everybody in Kahnawake grew into, I grew into it, was what we're world famous for, ironworking. This is putting up the skyscrapers, the bridges, the factories all around the world. And this is where the Mohawk, the Ganyangahaga went to do this all around the world. My grandfather was an iron worker. My father, all my uncles, my brothers. And so when I turned 16, I became an iron worker. My cousins went to Saudi Arabia to do iron work. This is what I was raised in Kahnawake. I was taught this is what we do. I went on to, I was sent to a nuclear power plant and I refused to work there. And it started unraveling this lie that was inflicted in my mind. And what the lie was, is ironworking. I was reprogrammed. What would I be doing if I wasn't an iron worker out there building a skyscraper or a bridge or something? What would I be doing as a native? Would I be hunting? Would I be planting? Would I be nurturing the medicines? I'd be carrying out the ceremonies and singing the songs. But instead, as an iron worker, what could you imagine I was doing? Now here, as a Ganyangahaga, what the rest of the world knows as Mohawk, you know that since the summer of 1990, well, there's a certain projection out there of pride in being Mohawk, pride in being native. Well, let me tell you something about what that pride actually is. It's a lie. It's a lie to get our people to act just like the white people, to do the same things the white people do, but to get you to convince yourself that, well, you're being a warrior. You're being a warrior by being what they call us, what did they call us? Skywalkers. Ooh, that's different than an iron worker. Ooh, it's kind of like a spiritual thing almost. A Mohawk Skywalker. We're even known for working on the iron without boots on, barefoot. So this is where it began to unravel in me, and I said, no, I cannot be a Ganyangahaga and be an iron worker at the same time. I can't. They clash. How could I be building the machination of the white man that's destroying the earth and claim to be a Ganyangahaga? I was misled. That's the example of how in the so-called the concentration camps, what they call residential schools, this is how they pull the Indian out. And again, the example was they pulled out the 8-track, they put in a cassette. That Indian couldn't work anymore. There was nothing for it to play on. So they had to create a cassette deck. Before that, it was our council process, where our mothers were in power, where it was matrilineal, and where we knew it was constitutional. It wasn't based on the whims of what one person wants to say this week or next week, or hey, everybody, let's get together. What do you want to do about this? Well, let's do this one. You don't got constitution, you're always going in the wrong, greedy direction. So, myself, I had concluded that I cannot continue to be an iron worker. I was proud. You hear about Mohawks all the time, being proud iron workers. I was 16 years old. I was a proud iron worker, and I was traveling the country with my family. My father, my brothers, my cousins, we were all together everywhere we traveled, all around the country. We were a strong unit, something to be very proud of. No, nothing to be proud of, because I built high rises. I built factories. I retooled factories for the white man, so that they can destroy creation. I was enslaved into thinking that what I was doing was providing a living for me. No, it wasn't. It was not providing a living for me. It may have put money in my pocket, but it did not provide a living, because killing yourself is no way to make a living. You do not make a living killing yourself. And so this is what we have to come to terms with within the Native nations, is that we have succumbed. We have adopted the white man's lie. We have picked up democracy and spit on our mothers. We are following male dominance, voting, dividing our children, accepting all that comes down the pipeline that way at us from the white man. The only way we can deal with it truthfully and defend our nations is to return our mothers to power, back to their natural seat of authority within all our nations, so they can manage all of our people properly once again, from within clan mother title, able to affect great law of peace once again within their clan, within their people, within their nation. And when it can be affected within your nation, then we're ready for two-row wampum, and we can expand to Grand Council between our nations. And we can take our mother's word and expand it to the world, which the world is waiting for. They are waiting for us, and the only thing that is preventing the world from getting the medicine that they need is us, because we cannot focus. We cannot focus our minds, our energy properly, because there's been too much garbage that has been put into our minds. We've had the truth extracted, the truth of our mothers, and they put in the lie of the white man's male dominance into us, turning our own people, our own children, against their mothers. Where our people lining that British imposed genocidal elective system with every action that they take, they are destroying the mothers of our nations, because it is them that inflict CAS and children's aid and social services, and where they are still coming right into your house, in your community, stealing your children. This is still happening, and this is under the watchful eye of these mayors. They want to call themselves chiefs. But how are people risen to chief? They are appointed. How do these idiots get to this position of what they refer to as chief? They were voted for. Who voted for them? Their families, their friends, the people that they got drunk, the people who they bought beer for last night, the people who they promised a job in the band system. And so it is all corruption, because it is a duplicate of the white man system. How can you, any person, accept a duplicate of the white man system? Even the white people know that the white man system is corrupt, and the white people say that the native people are stupid for adopting the white man system. So where are we? Well, we right now are here. We are addressing something that nobody else is addressing. And we're doing it in a way that the white man is going to fear. Because it's not just about ourselves. And this is what the white man knows. We were never about ourselves. We are always about everyone else. We always put everyone else first, above us, in front of us. It is always everyone else, health and safety and welfare, that we take into consideration first. You know it. Every native person knows it. We put everybody else first. We'll feed them. We'll even starve, and we'll hide it. We won't let the people see that we're starving. Because if we do, it will get in the way of our ability to extend our humanity. Other people will see it in the wrong way, because the non-native world only views things from the position of greed. No matter what any individual of them wants to say, it is just from selfishness and greed. The world would not be in the predicament it is in unless everyone was working solely from selfishness and greed. And so the only thing in this world that is going to fix this world is us, the original peoples of Turtle Island. We have the treasure that the world wants. What is it that they came here for? Was it just that they came here for something? Or was it that they were escaping something? They were escaping their own ways and looking for freedom. You can't escape your own ways when you continue them, and you can't expect to find freedom. What you will do is you will find freedom and you will destroy it. This is what the white man has done, and our people are helping him destroy the only freedom this world has ever known, the only truth this world has ever known. It is within our people. It is within our nations, within our clans, and only our mothers have the power to pass down a clan. I am a wolf clan because my mother is a wolf clan. I do not get clan. I do not get identity from my father. I get it from my mother. Everything on earth works this way. There is no male dominance within any of our nations. The male dominance that you see there today, that is a lie of hereditary. Somehow our nations have turned in hereditary into being passed down through the male line. How in the hell could that be? How could anybody try to make sense of hereditary being passed down through a male line? There is no authority in that. There is no power in that to pass down anything. It is only our mothers who can hand down that identity. And so we see that everything has turned a jumbled within our nations, to the point of where the majority of our people don't even know of clan anymore, so that you cannot affect the power that your clan carries, so that the mothers of those clans cannot affect their power and authority upon their people any longer, that their people are lost to oblivion to the white man to vote in his systems. And when you do, you are a victim. Just like every white man who ever voted in their own system are victims to their own selves. And so, are we going to continue on this path of, I will say, stupidity? Or are we going to turn this canoe around and put it back the right way on this river? We do not go against the current, ever. We are to go with the current, with the flow of all things. And so for tonight, or I'll leave it there right now to identify the introduction between us, is to give a greetings. I'm sorry you didn't do this. It's because of the way that it started. You know, we were dealing with technical difficulties, but to give the greetings in the proper way. To give the greetings to the Buffalo Nations, to the nations of the Great Plains, to the Star Blanket Nations, to the people just giving a message. I don't understand it.
You want to use
Don't.
the best one?
No. We give our greetings to all the people that we were once connected to through all of our powerful confederacies, through the ancient runner system that connected our minds together, that a message will be conveyed from your council to our council across the great inland sea, across the Great Plains. And this is what brought our people together in the proper way, to know what the truth was. When we seen a runner coming, you knew it was truth. And so we're going to return this. There has been people doing this. We have received message 2 times in the last year from JD and Tracy. And each time, the message that we received, it was 100% true. This is what we are returning to give the power back to authority, to take it out of our hands, and to give the voice back to our mother, so that together our nations are going to rise again and represent the voice of our Mother Earth, the way that we represented the voice of our Mother Earth for over 2,000 years, for over 1,500 years before the great darkness of the white man stepped into Turtle Island. This is what we will do. So we embellish, we give thanks, and we remember the beauty of our nations, of our sisters and brothers. We remember the strength, the truth, and this is what we ask to return. And so I'm going to convey to you a very short story. It's 1967, approximately. I was a little kid. I don't know. I was maybe 4 or 5 years old. So it's either 66 to maybe 68. In 66, I was 4 years old. I'm sitting under the chief's table. My mother is the chief's clan mother. And so any business that takes place, a chief, a male, does not have the power or authority to be there addressing it on his own. He does not, he cannot, it is illegal. The only way that a male chief can address anything is to have his female chief, his clan mother, present. She must be there present, sitting right next to him, able to guide him, able that if he is wandering too far out of whatever, that she has the power and authority to reel him back in or to push him up there. And if he does not comply with either one, she has the power and authority to remove him immediately, because the moment that a chieftainship title does not listen to clan mother, he is to be removed. You cannot trust that person. And it is only Clonmullen who has the authority to remove him immediately. But the people have the power to remove him also through a process. But mothers must be alongside. And so I was sitting under the chief's table, 5 years old, because my mother brought me everywhere. Every council, every meeting, every ceremony, absolutely everything that took place. I was not allowed to play outside with the other kids. I had to sit there. And so I'm playing under the table. And one day, these old, really old people came in. I would say they were probably in their 80s. And I could tell they were not my people. They were natives, but they weren't my natives. They were natives of the West. I could tell by the headdresses, you know, the way that they dressed and the look of them. And what I heard them say. So what I heard say, and I didn't put this, or I didn't really understand this until years later. But this is what I heard them say. They came from out west to lodge within the Ganyangahaga, within the well, within the 5 nations, to lodge a memory of their people, of a thing that was called the Buffalo Riders. And the Buffalo Riders, what I heard was that these old men who were in their 80s, so let's see, in 1966, so these old men came from the 1880s, 1890s. That's where they came from. And so in 1966, I was listening to the 1880s, 1890s Great Plains people tell us of the Buffalo Riders, to remember them, that one day we'd have to give this back. And so I already did. I already gave this back. Of what the Buffalo Riders were, is they were special powers. They were special powered people that would, in the time of the buffalo migration, that they would sneak up to the buffaloes and they would jump on the back of the buffalo. And that buffalo, of course, would run in migration. So, migration, it's okay. Migration lasts for what, 2-3 weeks? You know, maybe they might go for, maybe take a break after 4 or 5 days. You know, you got millions of buffaloes all in motion. And to keep in mind that buffaloes mate while they're running. They don't mate standing still. So you got these men of special powers riding on the backs of the buffaloes across the Great Plains under the burning sun. It's worse than being in a sweat. In the nighttime, you're underneath the star blanket, freezing cold. You're going through extremes. You're on the buffalo. That's not stopping. You're not pulling over into a drive-through to order food and eat. No. So you're going days without food or water, under the burning hot sun, under the star blanket, freezing cold at night. And it is in this time of great strength and endurance that these men, special men, would receive the messages and visions of Yonki Dizu. And they would bring this back to their people, to guide their people, and this is how their people lived. This is what guided their people across the Great Plains, to know where anyone else would say, hey, let's go hunting, and say, what, hunting? There's nothing there. But these people would say, they're right there. You just can't see them. And they would find them. Or else, the opposite. Knowing how to live within a stampede of 60 million buffaloes. This is what guided our people. This is what guided the great people of the Great Plains, the people of the Buffalo Nations, the people of the Star Blanket Nations. This is who I remember. And I remember you not by meeting you firsthand today. I remember you through when I was 4 or 5 years old, seeing your elders come and to lodge this within my nation, this memory. Because when I went out west in 2015 and relayed this, nobody remembered this. Nobody's, but they all looked at each other. There was young and old there. We were in a sweat lodge, and the young one said, of course, it couldn't be any other way. Of course. How come they didn't remember? We went to the Innu back east because there was 12-year-old children taking their lives, mass suicides happening within their community. And they're right on the ocean, right on the mouth of St. Lawrence. And I asked them, do you still sing your whale songs? And they looked and they said, well, whale songs, they all didn't know. You know how I knew to say, do you still sing your whale songs? Because when I was a kid, there was people that came and lodged this memory under the title of Onerit Goa within the Ganyangahaga Nation. For a reason, they lodged it there. And then 50 years later, I brought it back to their people who had forgotten about their whale songs and explained to them that if you don't have these whale songs, then this is going to be the repercussions you're going to feel, that you're going to see it in your children. You're going to see it. They're going to become lost. They're going to start to hurt themselves, each other, and take their own lives. And so we brought the memory back to them. And they started singing their songs again. They brought their dances back. And there was one woman within their community that is guiding them in these things, leading them back to their future, back to the truth that our ancestors carried. And so I relay this truth to you once, I relay this truth to you again today, to everyone who's gathered, and for everyone to know and to call upon those buffalo riders once again to guide the people through the proper way, to guide people, not to vote somebody into some office and position of mayor and to have them dictate upon you under what's coming down from the white man. No, but to guide our people from within our identity, from within the elements that our people use. And what is the element that our people use the most of the people of the Buffalo Nations, the Star Blanket Nations? The element that our people used the most was the buffalo medicine. And so I call upon the return of the buffalo riders within your own nations to be that guidance for the people who have become lost, to become that beacon, that light, to guide our people back proper to our future. Because there is no future on this path of the white man, not even for the white man. There is no future for no one. And this is the reason why white people, non-native people around the world are waiting for us to awaken, to give the power back to that beautiful little girl so that she can rise within her clan and have her power experienced and asserted within her clan as clan mother. The proper way, empower our children back once again. I give thanks, I give greetings to my sisters and brothers within the Buffalo Nations, within the Star Blanket Nations, within the nations of the great inland sea, to remember what the great inland sea was, what it represented to us. Our people did not live there. Our people migrated through it with the buffaloes, But we did not do things like what the white man does, you know, like put our homes right on the edge of Niagara Falls, put our homes right on the edge of the rivers, eliminating everyone else from being able to experience that spiritual connection. We are going to awaken. We are going to work together. We're going to bring back our nations. We're going to restore the runner system. And we're going to bring back our communications. And together, we won't even need this false medium. We will be able to work again together in an instance, the way that we did when we had our runner system. In an instance, within a matter of days, you would have truth from one coast to the other, from north to south. Everyone in Turtle Island would have that truth. We work to return this. We hope to work with you to return this. You know our agenda. You know what we will not accept. You know what we have nothing to do with. This is our truth to you. We will not work with any of the poisons that come from the white man. We will not work with the British imposed genocidal elective system. We will not work with religion. Any of our people who have religified minds, that's for you to work the poison out of your mind before you come to work with us. Don't come to work with us if you think, or if you are connected to the voting system, if you are connected to religion, because you will be lying to us. And if you are lying, and it's only found out later on, then you will pay a bigger price than you tricking us and what trap we may fall into by being tricked. You will pay a bigger price because you will only be tricking yourself. So this is what we say. We are here in the East. We are the eastern door of the Five Nations Longhouse Confederacy under the Great Law of Peace. We stand for our people of Turtle Island. We stand for the truth. This is the only thing. This is the only thing that is permitted here in Turtle Island. The white man's lie may still be here, but it does not mean that we accept it. And it does not mean that we cast the white man aside either. No. We have to guide him. Because if we don't, he will continue on his certain path of destruction. And it is at the stage of where it will destroy all of us. So we must be proactive in the education of the white man. We must not wait for him to ask for this education. Do we do and inflict the same way upon him that he did upon us? No. What we do is we do it this way, where truths are put out into the public arena and cannot be denied, cannot be worked around. Okay, so I guess I've said enough here. This should set the stage for you. Even tonight, you can tell us, we don't want nothing else to do with you. Because everything that we said right now makes it very clear that if you are elective system, we got nothing to do with you. If you are religion, we got nothing to do with you. You must be working from within your original identity, from within your reality of great law of peace. And together, we can save our Mother Earth this way. We ain't got much time. We only got until 30 years ago. We ain't got this time from here forward. We got to get this done before 30 years ago. If you can make sense of that, then we can work together. Nyawagoa, I know that right now a lot of things are not like in, say, like the 100% proper interaction, but it's what we got to work with. We are working for the day, the time when we will be face to face. So I give thanks to all of you, all of my sisters and brothers, all of our mothers. I say to all of you women, all of the life givers, you are my mother. You have the right to chide me, to correct me, openly or privately, publicly, how you feel. You have the right to correct me. Anytime that you see that I am lying or misleading, misrepresenting in any way, do not hesitate. Stand up and correct me immediately. This is the right that I grant to all mothers. I am a Ganyangahaga man, and I make supplication to our mothers of all our nations. So mothers in all our nations, understand that you don't only have this authority over me, you have this authority over all of your sons. A 2-year-old girl has authority over a 90-year-old man. This is our truth. This is our reality, how we arrive at peace everywhere in Turtle Island. So, okay, Nyawagoa, I'll leave it there. I don't know if we can have interaction, but I'll leave it there.
Just, we know that the best option is Wendy's telephone. If somebody wants to speak, if they can get close to a Wendy's telephone, and if you can just unmute if anybody would like to say something, make watch for that.
I'm grateful. The thing I heard is when I go to a house, I would love to decolonize, get rid of my phones, internet, vehicles, running bush. With what I heard, their camp, their stuff in the works, or getting away from this white man colonization that's poisoning us.
Interesting.
This is what I've been shivered, hot, which, like I said, I love to run in the bush today, if I could, there's a camp.
I'm sorry.
With
Colonization.
okay, that was the what I think I understood. I'm going to answer what I think I understood.
Yeah, sorry, it's because we cannot hear very good because of the echo. So if the telephone can be closer to the person that is speaking, that would be really great. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'll just address what I think I heard, and you can tell me if I'm wrong or not. Okay, when we walked across the country in 2015, we went through all the different communities, and we seen the same thing in every community. I seen the exact same thing that's here, that the young ones, it seems like they are lost. But it's not so much that the young ones are lost. It's that the elders are lost. That the elders did not hand down the proper teachings to the young ones. I seen in one community that there was a young one that came up to me. I thought he was younger than what he said. He was 27 and he had a couple of kids. I thought this guy was maybe in his teens. Anyways, he said to me, Ryan, that his elders are not giving any help. He says that in the community where he's at, there's gangs there, and you can see that they use colors on the doors of the houses that you can tell throughout the community which gang controls this part of the community. And he says that He can't get a job. He can't get welfare. There's no jobs to be had. The only thing that he could do is sell drugs. And so he went to the elders. This is what he told me. That he went to the elders asking for help. And his elders told him, get off of drugs and alcohol, and then we'll help you. When I heard that, I thought, what kind of elder is this? Imagine a young one asking for help, crying for help, and the elder saying the very thing that you want help getting away from, get away from it yourself, and then we'll help you. Well, what the hell good are those elders for? What are they going to help that young one with? If the young one is going to get away from that thing they need help with, what are the elders going to do? What purpose do they serve? I sat in this ceremony with an elder in this community where this young person was, and he started to do a ceremony for us to send us on our way. And he was in the British Nazi residential school concentration camps. And halfway through his oration, his speaking in his language, I hear him say Jesus Christ. I didn't say a damn thing until he finished. And we're in his house, and there's two younger guys, like maybe in their mid-20s, we're in his kitchen. They're leaning against his kitchen counter. And after he stops, I address him. I says, didn't you say that you were in residential schools? He says, yeah. And I says, well, didn't that guy, Jesus Christ, preside over the residential schools? And he says, yeah. And I says, then why the hell are you praying to him? The white man's God who came here and genocided on our people. Why are you praying to him? I says, you are the reason why the young ones are lost. And you're telling the young ones to get unlost and then you'll help them? The elders made the young ones lost. And so what I think I understood from your question is, what do we do? How do we get out from here? There's a woman that's there in that room with you right now. Her name is Wendy. She made a journey to our territory this past summer because by law, we have to have a law recital every 5 years by law. We must teach the people our law. And this means it's a convention of our entire nation every 5 years. Now, for us, the last time we did it, not this summer, but the last time, 5 years ago in 2017, it took 26 days from morning to night to do it. This year, this time, it only took 22 days. Now think about this. Imagine if your elders got you, your nation together to tell you everything about your law, your history, from the creation story, from the DNA of our Mother Earth, how our Mother Earth formed, the natural science of who and what we are, how life on our Mother Earth advanced, how the land grew, how the people grew from childhood into adolescence, into war, and how we grew out of war through the great law of peace, and how we established matrilineal authority amongst all of our nations, and every step of the way teaching every wampum within that law to our people. Imagine if your people, your elders, did this for you since the day that you were born. Imagine where you would be right now. And I'm not talking physically. Imagine where your intellectual capacities, your spiritual capacities would be right now. Your strength, your guidance, your faces yet beneath the earth will be looking to you, as they are looking to you right now, because you are, their existence hinges upon you. You have to provide the answer because your elders didn't. My elders didn't. They provided us with a problem to solve. So this is not for us to hate our elders. Our elders have challenged us. We are being challenged. We must rise to the challenge dance. Do you have the challenge dance within your nation? Do your people still remember it? Do they still sing it for the young ones to be raised from that time, to be raised within the challenge, to be able to identify it and to know when they are being challenged so that they can identify and be the actual gear in creation that makes our people evolve? So this is what you must do. You must return to original instruction, our great law of peace. You must start teaching it to your children. How can this be done if the elders did not pass this down to you? Well, I will not say to you, come and learn it from us. I will not say that. I will say to you, search it out. The truth is still alive. If it was dead, there would not be any native nations left. The truth is still alive. And the white man knows that if we grab back onto the truth, his whole world, the illusion, will fall. It will crumble. The world waits upon us. The world waits for you. Get back to original instruction. Teach it to your children. Call your people to convention. Start it back, even if you don't have it. Call your people. Who are the people who have it? Who can teach great law of peace? Who can bring back the ceremonies? Who can put us back onto the proper path of our people? So I don't know. This is what I think I heard your question. And so this is my answer to you. The answer is within having great law recital. You can find it. And the law is, if two nephews from either side of the council fire request it within the 5-year period, every 5 years, no matter what, the chiefs are bound. They must do law recital. But throughout the entire 5 Nations Longhouse Confederacy, there is no one left any longer who does law recital. We are the only ones. But this is not to say that it's not out there. Seek it out. If you are a legitimate, eligible, and qualified nephew from an opposite side of the council fire within your nation, you have the power and authority to call upon law recital. And your elders must come out. If they do not come out, they are canceled out. They pass the authority on to you. It's like being at the scene of an accident and yelling out, is there a doctor in the house? And when nobody responds, what are you going to do? Well, you have established the process of eliminating, is there eligible people? You asked, is there a doctor in the house? Nobody responded. Now, the responsibility lies upon your shoulders. We will rise to be the sons of our mothers. And that's where you will find power. That's where you will find authority. You will not find power or authority within a warrior society. You will not find power there. You will find your end. You will only find power under our mother's authority. So recognize mother's authority and draw that back out of the people. And you will provide the process of elimination that people have been waiting for. Because all the natives are standing there. The one native is standing there saying one thing, the other saying the other, and they're on different sides of the fence. And everybody's just accepting it. Like you can work with them. You can't work with them. It's impossible. We will rise to truth, or else we're going to perish with the white man. And rising to truth is only going to be by following our mothers. That's the only way. This is how our nations made it this far. It's the only way our nations are going to continue. It's the only way our nations are going to save and heal our Mother Earth. There is nothing else on this earth that is going to fix the destruction that the white man has caused. We are the doctor. We are. And we know the medicine. It's our mother's power. It's us that has to realign with that. So call upon law recital, seek it out. In your nation, I know that they don't remember any longer what great law of peace is. I know they don't have that. I know they don't have challenge dance anymore. So start calling it out. Start speaking it. This is the only way the people are going to remember it. And it may take a lifetime. We do have the deadline of 2030, but that's a white man's deadline. Let's understand that is a scientific deadline. It is true. But we work on what we know is called Indian time. It's when the time is right. Now you tell me, is the time right for you to rise, for you to recognize the authority of your mother and to give her voice back and to speak only for her and to represent only her? Is the time right? If the time ain't right now, it's never going to be right. This is our time. It's our time now. It's your time. So rise and bring back law, great law of peace within your nation. Call upon the Buffalo Riders within your nation. I'll guarantee you that somewhere in your bloodline, somebody there was those Buffalo Riders. Call upon them. I don't know if I answered your question.
And just if you can unmute the phone, please. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, you give me a lot of insight there. Yeah.
Don't hurt yourself.
With what I was asking about, you filled voids that I wasn't even asking, which is awesome. It's like a line. McGwitch. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
That's what I said for days and days and months and months. My name's Winston Demery. Choices you make in life. Yes. Take as much time as you want. We're just going in circles, not getting anywhere. Let's open this up. Then I'll be glad to light the fire.
Okay, if you don't mind, we can't really hear that good, but we can make out a little bit. So if you don't mind me saying this, maybe get that microphone going in a circle. Just hand it to the first person. Don't ask if anybody's got anything to say. Just hand it. If anybody doesn't have anything to say, just pass it on. Nobody has to say anything, but at least this way, get into the rhythm of where a person knows where their voice is to be heard. They can take advantage of it or not.
Good afternoon, Chief. I'm Bill Sullivan, people of the Salmon, Mayuk. I've heard a lot about you. We've been doing a lot of discussions. People of the Salmon struggling along, as you said, with our own people. They're frustrated, but so is the white man frustrated. I've been looking for a truth since I was 8. So I feel in my body, this is what it's come to. I've watched this exactly what you said. You say it a little bit differently, but I resonate, and what I say is exactly what you say. We are all confused, but you know what? What I've seen in my life, there is an awakening. And you are the people that have created that. And what I truly believe is because your spirit has never left. My spirit left because I was searching. But I believe I found it. And I'm connecting And that is the most important part that I'm seeing, is the connection of everybody. They're very confused, they're angry, and at least we're giving them some hope. And as you know, we know a little bit about law. I'm not a bragger, so I'm not going to say I know a lot. But what we're doing is we're helping people, we're going to court, we're meeting them head on, because this is what has to happen. And what we're waiting for is exactly what you're waiting for. We need natural law, and that's it. Create a law. Anything else, it doesn't matter. And I look at it a little differently, the transition in time. Will we be able to bring that transition instantly? In my heart, I want to say yes. In reality, it has to be a transition, and we will do it. We will slowly get rid of certain aspects, person, laws that govern all of that, and bring it to the very simple structure of natural law. And we know you've got a lot of good information that you can bring forward. We're waiting, and we're getting ready. This is, I met JD 3 years ago, all part of the amalgamation. I call it amalgamation, not unification, because when we amalgamate, we'll become very strong, and at the same time, we'll have our own independence, which will be respected, because we will follow all of that natural basic law. So I got involved in it 3 years ago. They gave me a name of connector. So I tried doing my part, and I'm seeing that it is happening. You seem to be a very powerful man, you've got to speak. I'm really happy that you can push that in that direction. And I really look forward to meeting you someday. So as we say, people with sound, thank you.
This tells us that the groundwork, the first thing that we got to do, because it's dependent on us physically being together. The first thing that each of us have to do is a ceremony long since forgotten. The original ceremony, the ceremony of love. Each of us, not as a collective, each person has to rekindle their fire, their own love into the world. This is our first step. This was our first step within the Five Nations Longhouse Confederacy to overcoming war for men who were thinking that we were the power in killing each other, to subdue our own selves and to bring ourselves into terms with our mother, with love. We are here in our mother's world. This is not a male world. Contrary to the white man's story of stuff, where God made a man and basically as an afterthought then created woman to keep him company. Contrary, the reality of creation is in fact the exact opposite. The exact opposite. That we, us, we don't even belong in this world. She brought us into her world. She granted us the right to experience her love. She gave us her heart. She gave us her blood. She gave us her body. And we males have done what? Turned around and beat her, spit on her, raped her, killed her. We keep following the white man, we're going to kill our own mother. So the first thing we do then, each of us, now this should be something that isn't going to say just from here that, yeah, we'll do it. We can do it, but it should be something organized. This day of love, where the original peoples have always done ceremony in this vein. And it's coming up in our hemisphere now in the seed and medicine. We're at the opening of the bush. The maples are going to flow very soon. So this means the seed and medicine is going to be here probably within a moon and a half. So we can make a collective ceremony or each person to return to love, to reignite our fire, to rebalance our minds within ourselves, get ourselves back into our mother's rhythm. So this is something that we can all do regardless of if nobody's got to listen to me on that. That's all of our idea. So first thing there, let's align ourselves, like we said, within our nation, but to do that, each individual, let's get collective ceremony going to return to love. We'll get every non-native person on earth to participate. They've been waiting. They're waiting for our direction. Now, the moment that they hear the proper direction, because you know that they've been seeing a lot of, no, it's not unwarranted, but they've been seeing a lot of the wrong side. They've been seeing us fighting. Yeah, we got to fight against them if we're going to survive, but that's not love. They see us fighting, they're seeing the same thing as them. We got to show them the truth. So, miigwech to you, because that comes out of what you just said. That, yes, it's derived out of your words. That we got to bring back the original ceremony of love within each of us. So this is something that we can look at as doing collectively also to set a date, a time of that. The original peoples of Turtle Island have, we've been very loosely scattered. Our communications have been loose, but in this past year, there's been something that has like a thread connecting us. And we can identify that through this process of what the pressure on all humanity that we have together concluded and established that our collective action must be a ceremony to return to love. Back into our mother's heart. That's where love is. Back in her heart. So Nyawagoa, miigwech for you.
If we can unmute the phone, please, again, Wendy. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Lawrence Wallow. With most of the people in the room here, thank you very much this afternoon, Chief, for your words of encouragement. It is something that Bill and my friend Stan and I have been teaching for the last year and a half. The very same principles that we have to get out of these systems. You call it the white man system, the legal system. We have to get out of that system and become sovereign within our own life. And we have appreciated the time that we've been able to spend with JD and learning some of the cultural differences and similarities that we have. And we realize that we have more similarities than we have differences. And so as we build on that and go forward in terms of working arm in arm with the brothers. With our brothers and our sisters. And so keep up the good work. And as we journey down this road together. Thank you, Jamie.
Okay, that one was a little bit hard to hear, but what I did hear, we have to align these things. Like what you said, this is the stuff that you've been teaching over the last couple of years. The reality is that all of us have been teaching, you know, our children the same stuff. You could go from a nation as far north to a nation as far south, east or west, we're all basically teaching the same things. It's just specific to that particular environment or climate zone, you know, or mountain or desert or whatever. But we're all teaching the same thing. So this is what we got to do within our nations to establish like a more solidity in the minds of the young ones. We got to solidify it for them. Take, for instance, the way that you know that any non-native person around the world knows that, well, when they're around 12 years old, they know they're going into high school. And they know that they're going to finish high school at a certain time. And they know basically everything, what's going to happen in that time frame. Do we have that? We used to have that. It wasn't limited to a certain couple of years. It was from birth till death. But it's not there, that one uniform teaching process that's recognized by everyone across the entire, across all the territories. So this is what we do have to get to, is not to establish a, like say, like a bureaucratic authority to say in academia that gives a graduation certificate, not something like that, but to where we are all connected in our teachings, where the people who are teaching are, where each of us know that this is the truth, this is to be trusted, this is, it's the ceremonies of that nation, you know, it's the law of that nation. In this way, we'll have uniformity right across the board. We'll have established in all of our children's minds that no matter what nation that they're in, if they're traveling across the country, they can stop in your council. They can stop in my council and ask, hey, well, imagine you're driving across the country and you're a couple of young people and maybe you're having an argument about the creation story. Imagine being able to stop at your council. If it was people from my nation, they pull in at your council fire and say, hey, we're from the Ganyangahaga, we're going across the country and we're having a little dispute here. You, in your council fire, can establish, not establish, can provide the, what's the word I'm looking for here? The proper outcome to them, you know, the process of arriving at the proper solution. So in this way, if we rebuild again our runner systems that are only running for our nations within law, then we all know precisely what your council fire is, you know, precisely what my council fire is, every other council fire. Will have no problem with our children going across the country. I'll have no problem telling my children, go to your council fire if you have an issue. And even if it's at moon time, they should be able to go to your council fire anyways and to find the full moon ceremony or the new moon ceremony, or have access to ceremony when they're driving across the country or walking or whatever. That's what we have to do. So by this process, we are making our children's minds solid. This is what our children need. They need to know that there is a solidity, because the story that I relate when I was a kid sitting underneath the table of my chief's table, hearing these stories, that's what it done for me. It made me solid. I'm solid in my identity, not just being Ganyangahaga. I'm solid in my identity being of all my people, of everyone. That's who we are. I am of this body. Maybe I am, let's say, like the heart. Maybe the heart has to be focused on itself, but it is of this body. So the heart has to know itself, but it has to know, moreover, has to know this body completely. So we must know each other completely once again, the way that we used to before the coming of the great darkness of the white man. We reestablish these teachings for our children the proper way. The entire world is waiting for this truth. Now we'll go up.
Hi there, my name is Jason Garrett. I just wanted to express my gratitude and thanks for including us in this. I do believe it's going to take everybody coming together from all walks of life, all religions, all faiths, ethnic backgrounds to change the world. And I really believe that is what is happening now. So I just want to say thank you.
Well, I want to say thank you because there's something that you recognize. Well, I'm not saying that you recognize in me, but there's obviously something on a, let's say, like a higher level that you're cognizant of. And just to identify that you hear me say the white man. I say this a lot because there is a white man that has to awaken. This white man is not awakening on his own and not at the proper pace that the world needs him to awaken. Yes, we need the white man. It's not that the natives are going to say, get rid of the white man, because then that means, well, we can get rid of some other man too. We can get rid of the yellow one, the brown, red one, get rid of all of them. Just leave the women. The world will be peaceful that way, but it will not be balanced. So we acknowledge that our role in this world is to bring balance. Balance with what? Now, if we were the first thing and our mind is of balance, then it depends on what the second thing is. We got to balance that, but it's from the position of that we are the first thing. When you got to balance from the knowledge that you are the second thing, then this means that we must accommodate everything that is the first thing, meaning the mothers, the women, the life givers. They must be accommodated on absolutely every level that we don't even know right now that we're in violation of them. If you don't, when people do not know law of creation, you're in violation of everything every day. So just think of this, the non-native world not having original instruction anymore means that you're out of balance with everything. So the non-native world, the white people, the white men in specific, have a role so important to play that right now, the way that they're going, because of the way that they're going in staying asleep, and staying in the negative, that they are making themselves redundant. They're canceling themselves out from having any meaning in this world. But without that, think of this. It's like the way that right now I'm dealing with my brother. I'm trying to come to terms still with the reality of that I had to cut my brother's leg off a few months ago. And that he has to live without his leg. It wasn't his decision. It was my decision. I had to make that decision. It really was not a good decision for me to make. It's not a good place for anybody to be in. But anyways, now he has to live with the reality of the choice that I made for him. But if I didn't make that choice, well, he wouldn't be able to make any other choices. He'd be dead. But it's like that now, of that if the white man becomes redundant, because this is where he is, he's teetering at the precipice right now. If he becomes redundant, then we have to learn how to walk or how to live in this world with a cut off leg. Can we get by as good without a cut off leg? No, we can't. Everything is going to be compromised. In the wilderness, get attacked by a lion. We're not going to run away. They're going to catch us. They're going to eat us. We're not going to survive. So this is the thing about the white man. We can't afford to lose the white man, but he's on the verge of canceling himself out. If he does, the entire rest of the body, every person on earth, we're going to have a reduced level of a reduction in the human experience, in the living experience. The white man is just as important as the native man. Actually, right now, he's more important. He's actually more important because the native man, he doesn't have to do much, to get back on track. But the non-native man, he's got to drop the weight he's been carrying. He's got to turn around, and then he's got to climb up that hill. Can he do all of that in the time frame that we're dealing with? It's not a matter of that the native people can do without the white people. No, it's impossible. We know we cannot live proper without the white people, without the white man. But it's like saying that in the body, you know that you can't live without the heart. But is it that you can't live without the heart inside of you? Or can you not live without the heart if it was like outside of you? We can't readjust things and think that we're still living with it, that it's in its proper place, and therefore it's okay. The white man has to get not physically to his proper place, here, intellectually. He has to get to his proper place. What is his proper place? What I know is that the white man has a special power. We acknowledge there is a great power that the white man has because he made it across the great waters. How could he do that? How could anybody get across the great waters? We see that the white man has the power of organization. He's got the power of influence. You know why? Because if he was a fully functioning human being, he's beautiful. Just like the black man, just like the yellow man, just like any man. If he's in the way that he's supposed to be, he is beautiful because he's a son of our mother. He's my brother. And as my brother, he carries everything that my mother has shared with me, has shared with him, given to him also. So we got a wrong perception in the world. Because of the aggression of the white man, what he did in fact do, he now has this impression that we are against him. It's not true. It's just that he is still against us. So he's got to come out of this. So you, anyone on earth, the white people have more access to great law of peace because here within our house in 2008, we stopped ceremonies, everything. I did not sing one ceremonial song. I did not carry out one ceremony for one complete cycle. At the end of that cycle, at the midwinter, we called the people back and said, there's no point. What are we going to sing on a Stoa Goa for? Why are we going to give thanks to that tree right outside the window when somebody's out there cutting it down? And we're in here giving thanks. That makes no sense. That's hypocrisy. So we said here in 2009, the only way that we're going to continue the ceremonies is if the entire house, the entire nation agrees 100% to work for healing our Mother Earth. Means we got to apply the medicine. We have the medicine. It's the great law of peace. Where does it have to be applied? Into the hearts and minds of men. That's where. So when we look at men, we can see varying degrees of guilt, of corruption, of people who have done wrong, violated higher levels of law than man-made laws that have violated everyone. And so we can then say, that the white man is responsible for the majority of the world's corruptions. So we can identify then that it's in the mind of the white man where the great law of peace has to be applied. So the white people have more access to the great law of peace right now. all they have to do is ask for it. That's all they got to do. And once a person asks for it, just think of this. 26 days, well, this past year, 22 days of we're talking of the creation story, the formation of the DNA of our Mother Earth, the growth of the land of our Mother Earth, the growth of the body, the people, how the people grew into war, how they came out of war, how we rose out of it, how we grew into great law of peace. So great law of peace has all of the real being's history. Great law of peace carries the history of everything. So just think of that. Can you tell a story? Can the white man tell a story that lasts for 22 days that covers everything? That you can learn about the DNA of our Mother Earth? That you can be shown on our Mother Earth where male dominance broke the DNA? Can the white man's education do that on any level? It can't. Only great law of peace can do that. So I'll say to you, now I'll go to you, because right now you are now the catalyst to the rest of the world knowing that the white man has more access to the knowledge of the original peoples of Turtle Island, to great law of peace, than our own people do. Because if we were in a hospital emergency room doing triage, we would have to determine, well, here's a person with a broken finger, here's a person having a heart attack. Who are we going to address first? We're going to address the heart attack. So let's think about this. Right now, if the black man came, the yellow man, the green man, and the white man came, and they all came into the triage room in the hospital, emergency room, who do you think we would serve first? It would be the white man. Not because he insists upon it, not because he forces his way, but because in triage, you have to determine who is in the most critical condition. And that's where we apply the medicine. So now we'll go to you. Now you have to extrapolate that to the rest of the world. White man, non-native people have access to great law of peace. You can learn of things that you never imagined. Guarantee you, you learn of, you sit for 22 days in a great law of peace recital, you're going to hear of the moon teachings. I'll guarantee you, you hear of moon teachings, your world is going to be shaken at its foundation. It's going to be torn upside down. That's how much the education in the non-native world is based on lies. The moment you see the truth of creation, you'll never go back again. You'll never accept lies again. So non-native world, it's offered. It's offered there to you completely. So now,
Hi, Stuart. Hi, everyone else out there today in this country. My name is Tony Steve. Honored to be here today. My partners. I just something that come to me. I've had a really amazing 2022. We really learned a lot about the culture in our country here. And I had the chance to spend a fair bit of time in some really beautiful people in this 6 months. Something that just keeps coming to my mind. They say it, I'm not sure what it comes out right, but there's a white man, but there's also a white man with a white spirit. There's also a white man with an Indian spirit. It's a very spiritual world, I believe. And our spirits that are in our health and our body doesn't necessarily, it's not the skin color that tells what the spirit is. And I don't even believe it's not even a heart. Because the heart's connected to the body. But the spirit is what defines us as a person, who we really are. And I believe that's something that we need to really have an appreciation for. That we shouldn't be looking at the same color of each other. That is what is divided. It's the spirit we're going to bring it together. So it's fun debate, and I hope that comes to the right. Thank you again for allowing me to be here today.
Did you understand that? Okay, I think I understood maybe 2 words in there. Now, you have to tell me if I'm wrong. What I make out from that is that the white man or the system don't recognize anything of us. I don't know if that's what you said, that they don't recognize our law. This is what I sounded like, but it was all muffled. But if it is that, then anyways, this is something that is in people's hearts and minds of when somebody's not recognizing and you're saying, hey, this is it, you know, this is the law. Well, it's like being in a white man's court and saying you're a genocider, so it's illegal what you're doing. They're still going to do it anyways, no matter what. Today, you can prove right to their face, anybody who's in the judicial system, you can prove that the judicial system is the mechanism of genocide upon our people. But doesn't matter. You're still going to have white people, black people, all peoples that come from around the world working within that system. I got a person right now in court who is insisting to prosecute me under their white man's law, that the Revenue Quebec has the right to tax me. So we can put forward the truth no matter what, and or we can say this is the truth and adhere to it, and then say, well, the white man ain't going to recognize it. It's true. And I don't know if this is what you said, but this is what I'm addressing here, is that they don't have to recognize. It doesn't matter. We're not out for recognition. We don't have to have recognition from anybody. All we have to know is that we are in order with our mother. We are in order with her law. And therefore, it does not matter what anybody says or anybody thinks. It does not matter how many people we have at our back to support us or whatever. It then gives one person the power and authority to take action. And so if everybody recognized their own individual power and authority to take action, then within the nation, then you will have a nation to stand. So, but it has to begin at that individual. Okay, I don't know if this is what you said, so I'm probably addressing something completely different than what you said, but I apologize. We really couldn't make out really not a word of what you said.
Sure, can you hear me now?
I didn't understand that.
I think he asked if you could hear me.
Try just. Which you get. Okay, Stuart, is this better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, so we don't need this. Because I think it's this here is what they're getting, not the mic.
Okay.
And we're being, the mic is for us, not for them.
Okay.
Okay, Stuart, I really appreciate listening to you, and it's been a lot of learning. And there's what I've gone through the last, I guess, a year now. Probably where I started searching is longer than that, and I'm still out here learning and absorbing. And I feel like there's still so much that I need to learn. The other thing that I think is we need to learn to understand each other. And that comes through communication, just like you've been talking about. And the white man, some of our traditions, and you might call it religion, we call it our spiritual life. We look up to Jesus Christ very highly, but that has been twisted. And I start seeing that why there's some people that hate it when we talk about Jesus Christ. I start seeing that because he has been twisted in many times through many people's lives, right? So to me, when you talk about great spirit of love, I think of that as Jesus Christ. That's me, right? So that's something where we need to learn to communicate and understand. And I'm learning to understand that a lot more. And I really appreciate that. So I'm keeping on this journey. I want to understand your traditions, how you talk about stuff, because we're not that different. We're human beings. We bleed. We love. We want to love. And then I'm going to maybe throw a joke in here, but at 2030, to me, that's a white man's lie. They want to scare us into submission to believe this world is collapsing and falling. I believe we need to take really good care of this earth, but the 2030 in my mind is a white man's lie agenda for this world. And maybe that is what you meant, but that's not what I understood. And I just want to clarify that from my side. To me, that's one of the white man's lies. We need to take good care of it. Again, balance. There's things we need, right? We need firewood to heat stuff. So yeah, we cut down a tree. If we can, we do a dry tree, right? But we need the firewood. So there's a balance to everything. I hope that makes sense, Stuart. And if I am saying it differently or understood you wrong, just clarify that. Other than that, I want to keep learning. I'm enjoying it. There's so much, and I'm excited to be working with JD and Travis. I know Travis has talked to you, and he talks about you a lot. So I really appreciate it, Stuart. We want to go on this journey together. And the bottom line is we all want truth. That's what we want. We want truth. We want healing. We want to be in the Creator's fold, right? We want to be part of creation and the Creator's being. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. I hear you. I feel you. This is the beauty of the world that we are confronted with right now, is that we have a great adventure at our fingertips, or else not. It's up to us. Now, the thing about the 2030, the year 2030, I'll give you an example to draw the parallels here about what's going on economically against our grandmother moon. Okay, now there is science that people will say, no, it's not going to happen. I agree with that the same way what you said about 2030. It's a lie. It's not going to happen. If we change course. If we don't change course, it will happen. Because right now, with our grandmother moon, to be able to go to grandma moon and assault her, to colonize her, then it's impossible right now. Nobody, it cannot be done. But here is the magic of, or the corruption in the non-native world, of why, and you think about this, how could the white people, which are very small in numbers, and basically the ones that colonized are from Britain, it's them. They went out around the world and colonized. How could such a small number of people have expanded a system worldwide? How is that? It's because there's truth in that system. It's anyone will look at it and see a similarity in their own. This is like when the non-native people brought, like who you spoke of, Jesus Christ, when they brought their spirituality, we understood it completely. It meshes with us completely. We know the person. But, you know, this is the thing, what we've come to learn about the non-native people is that they speak of the same person, the same being, except a different name that we do, but they don't believe in him. They say they do, but they don't. Because you cannot go around the world believing in that person, but in the same time, colonizing in the name of that person. It shows you the conflict. There's a paradox there. Okay, so that being said, that this tells us that like with the moon, it could happen, even though right now it's not possible, if everybody continues in the status quo. It's the status quo of the open market that makes it possible to export colonization to Grandma Moon, which right now everybody can say is not possible. It's true, it's not possible. But through the open market, the same way that colonization was possible here at Turtle Island, Grandma Moon could be possible. But back then, in 1491, in 1490, looking at colonizing the entire other side of the world was an impossibility. No one person could do it. No one country or kingdom or whatever could do it. They all had to band together. They had to incorporate under one huge corruption. And it's that corruption, as you know, that came here. And what didn't happen is what you and I got to do now today. What didn't happen back then? We know it didn't happen. The white man did not come and knock on our door and say, hey, is anybody home? We want to come and introduce ourselves to you, new people. We want to interact. That didn't happen. We know what did happen. And so, again, I just reiterate what was said earlier about why we place so much value in the white man. I said this, I don't know, 2 years ago, that as crazy as this sounds, we need a cowboy. But not the same cowboy that was going in this direction. We need a cowboy who's at that point in time filling the role of a cowboy, but who's going in the right direction. Not the direction that he came in. So we need a cowboy who's going to be true to his identity. So if that's the person that you want to be true to, that you identify Jesus Christ, then just look at the collective behavior of everyone who says that's who they believe in. And then you got to wonder, if that's who everybody's believing in, and that's the way they're acting, then maybe that's the wrong guy to believe in. Or maybe everyone is just a liar that they believe in him. Maybe they don't actually believe in him. Maybe they believe more in themselves. Because that's what everybody who believes in him does. They go out for their own, because the religion that has subdued that person, Jesus Christ, tells all of Jesus Christ's followers to go forward and subdue the earth. Would Jesus Christ tell you that? Jesus Christ would not tell you that. He would not tell you to go forward and subdue the earth. He would not tell you anything like that. He would tell you the exact opposite. He would actually tell you to stay home and find balance where you are first before you go out into the world. So anyways, here we can see the importance of the white man and the native people coming together, because the reality in this world, there is a huge negative that has happened as a result of the white man and the native coming together. So it tells us that there's a positive there that is waiting to be discovered. Together, we can do this. Together, we can find out about what happened in the white people. Why? They're all good people. I got a lot of friends, white people. I actually get more done with white people in as far as healing our Mother Earth than I can with my own people, because my people are divided. They got their heads up the white man's rear end. They can't think for themselves. They can't think straight. So the reality is, in the past, since 2008, we've made more ground with non-native people, because that's where the ground needs to be gained, with the non-native people. So here we have a great adventure awaiting the two of us. We are brothers. You don't know the love that you can find in your brother, the knowledge, the wisdom. I don't know the love that I can find in my white brother because he's only shown me the opposite. So here's our great adventure. Are we ready for it? Are we ready to be adults and to stop the behavior that clearly has gotten this entire world into the mess that it's in? If we are willing to stop this behavior together, then we have something to offer to our faces yet beneath the earth. But right now, the conduct of the non-native people is taking the food right out of the mouth of their unborn children. That's that conduct right now. You know it. I know it. You're locked into it. I'm not locked into it. Is it a utopian dream for us to break out of this worldwide human enslavement? Is it a dream? Or is it the nightmare that we got to wake up from? Together, we can wake each other up out of it. We can bring our two hemispheres of the brain back together, put it back the way it's supposed to, and start thinking properly again. You can be a man of your nation, a son of your mother, representing your nation, representing your mother's truth. And this is what I am representing. So together, if this is where you are willing to go, we will be the people creating the interface that everyone else will have no choice but to follow because they're not creating it. We are following the laws of hydrodynamics. All the other water is going to follow behind. Once we start flowing, once we clear the way, all other water will follow. So now we'll go to you. If you are willing to engage into this, what was said earlier, then you could expand it even more into the non-native world to know that imagine you have the knowledge of great law of peace waiting for you. 22 days, minimum of knowledge, nonstop, morning to night. You'll learn of how the earth was actually created. You'll learn of how our grandmother moon was created, how our solar cell was created, right up to Sky Woman herself. You'll learn about our functions of the body, the division of the mind. You'll learn of the cyclical cycles of our grandmother moon, the beating heart of our mother earth. You'll learn everything. This is what awaits in this great human adventure if we save our mother earth. We heal her, it's putting back the knowledge and the humanity back into everyone who has lost it. Unfortunately, it's pretty much almost all of us now. We ain't got much time. We got to act now. Now we'll go to you.
Hey, Stuart, I just wanted to give the natives a big thank you for feeding the white man when they first came. I know you mentioned that on a previous episode you did, and I was waiting for the opportunity to give you guys a big thank you. We really appreciate that. We want to work with you guys, not against, if that makes sense. So thank you very much to all of you.
Okay, one thing that you always say, I say this directly to everybody. You never say thank you to me. You don't have to say thank you to people who are doing what they're supposed to do. All you have to do is reciprocate the action. That's all that has to be done. We knew what had to be done when we seen your ancestors. We didn't ask for anything in return. We just expected them to be human. So now that responsibility lies upon you because you just identified that this is where you place yourself. So now it's just a matter of you doing the same for us as what we would do for you. So now we'll go for you acknowledging something that is within the continuum. You are placing yourself within a continuum. You are not a closed-minded, shallow person. You are a continuum. Nyawagoa.
Catch my breath. There was an incident outside that I was just tending to with a young woman being abused by a man. So give me a moment to just catch my thoughts and breath. They're both safe now. I am Saskiso, ignites the fire. I am of the Thunderbird clan. My heart is still in that space where I was outside, so I may have some of that here with me right now as I'm speaking with you. And I saw the pain in that young man's eyes, the one that was hurting her. And I saw that he needed love and comfort. And so that's what we tried to do, despite the fact that he was hurting her. So everything that we're talking about, I feel that incident, of course, everything is purposeful. I just wanted to share that what we're doing is really, really good. Because just when we step outside, we see things and we learn things and we're shown things. And there's things that try to distract and stop. Things that are good. But I also have to look at the other side of the teachings that come from these things that happen around us. Because to me, those are messages too. I wasn't afraid to walk beside him. Neither was Angel. We both went to show our support for the woman, to ensure that neither of them got hurt. So I just feel in my heart that what we're doing here is great. It's so great that it's bringing other people here that are needing that comfort. As soon as you go outside, I had a couple of, well, a man come walk up and share. So I'm kind of bouncing back and forth and didn't sleep last night. But I know that this is healing. No matter what, all of this is healing. The awareness, the situations. It's showing me what's needed out in the community, especially in the heart. Right here where we are in the Thunderbird house. But it does give me direction as well. It brings me even a wider, bigger heart, I feel. Because a man as well shared outside. You know that he's not enough in a way. And that thought runs rampant in many of our minds. And so, of course, you know, I take that and I look at the similarities opposed to the differences that we all have. And he almost let me give him a hug. But I'm happy that he was calm.
And I'm happy that she's safe and he's safe for now. But this is the kind of work that we have to do. And this is why we're doing what we're doing. It's because everybody needs that. And at some point, none of us had it, or we felt as though we didn't. So to me, this is the most important thing that we could be doing today and every single day after this. Because as we're doing this and we're healing and learning, we're seeing other people outside that are needing that healing and learning too. And so we have to open up our wings and open up the door as wide as we can to invite as many as we can, but we also need to be prepared to, with our hearts and our minds, that we can support one another as we're learning to support new situations and people. To me, listening to everybody share today has been really healing. I've learned so much about people, and I think that's what's missing, is that we don't take the time to sit down with each other. You know, as we do, we introduce ourselves and we say who we are and where our families are from. We get to learn about each other, and that's what's missing. To just have someone hear you and acknowledge you, that they see you and that you're not invisible. Because I know what that was like. And although sometimes it's hard, that's natural. Shouldn't be easy. Because it was when it was that hard and that difficult that I had to choose to step up and rise up to whatever I was being asked to do. Maybe it was learning a new skill. Maybe it was just learning to just step back from everything and just be with myself. But no matter what, we need to open our hearts and our doors and our wings as wide as we can. Because even though there's people out there that may not be on this road yet, I find them to be the most healing for me, that I learn the most about me through them. And they're willing and wanting to know who they are, because we're all doing that. We've all been born into the same society, this mindset, this conditioning. And I think once we can all realize that we come from that same seed that was planted, and we can just hold that as our foundation, as the root of where we can all create from. That's when I feel like that tree of life can take life, can grow together. And there's always going to be these things that are going to get in the way or try or attempt to. But I'm choosing to turn that right around and look at it as perspective. It is not an obstacle, it's an opportunity. All of this is an opportunity for everybody. For everybody. Every person has a wounded inner child. We're all children. So when we say every child matters, don't forget about the child that you have within you, that's asking for you to pay attention, to acknowledge that child. And that man almost allowed us to hold that child within him. But there's still something holding them back. And I think it's that sense of trust that they can put themselves in someone else's arms and trust that they're not going to be hurt. So therefore, we hurt other people before we feel like they're going to hurt us. And so I am I feel like I'm more whole today. And this is a new start today. What we're embarking on, all of us together, is nothing that I believe has ever been attempted or tried before. And this is what makes it so significant and so powerful, is because when we lead by example and we're mindful of ourselves and we're dealing with our own toxicity within ourselves, within our circles, within our families, within our thoughts, that automatically will be felt and seen in the circle, within our families, our community. We can only do that when we do that within ourselves. And so for me, it's always foundational work. If we don't have a solid foundation, all those pretty walls are just gonna fall down. You could decorate it all fancy, you could do what you want. But if we don't have this foundation, and I think that's what everybody's searching for, is this foundation, somewhere to put those roots. Where do I put my roots? Are the roots somewhere else? Do I have to go to those roots and find them? Or can I create my own? And it might be different for other people, and that's okay. That's okay. So I just want to acknowledge all of you for giving me a chance to share. And I want to thank Tunkasha, I want to thank the Great Spirit for these experiences that have come around us here while we are doing healing work, foundational work. There's people out there who need that of us too. I just want to say thank you, Miigwech. I love you. What we're doing here today will go on for the rest of the 7 generations.
So we reiterate back to you and we say, Gananunkwa, we love you, because this is love. And you have risen above all that is trying to kill and destroy love. You personally dealing with the stuff in your own world, in your own life experience. Many of our people having to deal with unimaginable things. Myself, I knock on wood. I give thanks. I did not have a bad experience. I've had the best life experience that anybody could have. I was born and raised in the Longhouse, born of a clan mother, teaching me the cyclical realities of our Mother Earth, showing me the ceremonies, showing me her law. I have been very fortunate, and I give thanks for this. Knock on wood. You know, I'm not like rubbing it in anybody's face, but to identify that I know that people right next to me have not had it so good. They've had it very bad. And you can say that actually in comparisons to other like non-native people, I've had it bad. I got the genocide. Non-native people didn't get it. You know, so, but within my people, I know I am glad, I am happy for who I am, where I am, when I am. Because my mother has placed me in the place of time and power where we can exercise, put to work all the faculties that our mother has given us. As a life giver, our mother has given you the power of love, and you have it. You are love. It is visible. You can feel it. You can see it. It's there. It's undeniable. In the Longhouse, the mothers are the authority, and the doors are wide open. They are wide open. But there is a sentinel at that door. The wolf is responsible to watch whatever comes in that door and to make sure that there is no threat that gets through. This is the wolf's job. As it is in creation, It is in the longhouse. The longhouse is from where the sun rises to where the sun sets, and this means our mother's love is to be everywhere. We are to affect it everywhere. This is the goal, and what you just identified and what the previous speakers identified brings to light what the agenda is over the continuum, not what we have seen in our life. You and I could imagine the stuff that you've seen. We have not seen the best stuff. We have seen a lot of the shit, but still wanting to extend love, still wanting to extend peace, happiness, to extend humanity. This is our mother's goal. This is our mother's agenda in the longhouse, and it is what we are going to do together, and what the non-native people here are bringing the missing piece of the puzzle. I can say that when those bagpipes start to ring for peace instead of war, then we will be getting somewhere with that white man. This will mark a great day when the bagpipes will ring no more for war, but only for love and peace. That the women of those nations must identify that this sacred instrument has been bastardized, has been destroyed and used for war. And that the women of that nation must rise up and make it known that their men in their nation do not have the right to bastardize that beauty, that that instrument must be to resonate love into the world. When this happens, which hopefully, no reason why it shouldn't be able to happen even by tonight. Anybody in the world within that nation could see this and could make that statement. Any woman within that nation make that statement about that instrument. So we can leave the doors wide open for everyone to take shelter in the longhouse, because there is a place for everybody at the base of the great tree of peace. It is peace of mind. It's peace of heart. It is love. That's all it is. And this is all we got to understand. All the guys of this world got to understand is don't try to, like this age-old battle between the sexes. Don't try to understand, or don't try to over-accommodate or under-accommodate or whatever. Just let it happen. Just let the mothers fill the longhouse with love the way that they know that they're supposed to. And everything else is going to just fall right into place for us guys. When this happens, what you said, we got to remember that that guy, maybe as an individual, maybe he's got, who knows, maybe some streak of violence in him, but let's not forget that he's in the continuum, being the recipient of genocide for 500 years. Big deal. He's a person, a young guy, alive only now. His bloodline has been here for 500 years, getting killed, oppressed, murdered. So here is something that we got to look at, that the Native people, that we got to have a great forgiveness of ourselves. I speak very strongly against the people who are filling the British imposed genocidal elective system. I identify them as traitors, treasonous to our people. But they're victims too. We need to have a great ceremony, the way that we did originally, to put peace back into our world. A great ceremony of healing of the hearts of the men, of the males. Because don't forget, when the males went to war, that the women would not allow them back into the village with the people, with the children. They would not allow them until the women put them through the proper ceremony to take their mind out of that state of war and to transition them back into being around people. Because you cannot let warmongers around people. And so a great healing for us would be a great forgiveness of ourselves. But a forgiveness, it can't mean, okay, we forgive ourselves and then we fall right back into those corruptions. No, a great forgiveness of like wiping the slate clean, granting like immunity for everybody from this point on of our people. We need to have this ceremony of healing. And it needs to come from the mothers, from the women. The women need to rush to their sons because their sons are in pain, are suffering. And if your sons are not healed, you know what your sons are going to do to your daughters. They will perpetuate an ugliness of male dominance. And so this is, we are truly at the point of change of where we're looking at a great adventure. We have greatness ahead of us, all of us together. If we walk out of where we are now, in our minds, where we have attained, if we walk out of here and go back to status quo, we will have given up our chance at greatness. How many chances will we get? I would say this is perhaps our only chance. Nyawagoa, you are love, Tracy. You are. Nyawagoa for everything that you are in this world. Nyawagoa.
Oh. Osho. Compact Misto Chicket Nicola Visi. Of the Quangan and Class Ocha Jackson to them. My fiction name is Sharon Ward. And I am of the Crane clan. And my name that has been given to me by my great-great-grandmother is White Buffalo Woman. And it's good to hear the words that you share, because men need to hear these things from men. They don't know that when the women speak, because let's face it, like colonization is patriarched us. So it's good that they're hearing this so that they can start, for those that aren't already matriarchal, that they can start looking towards those teachings and moving towards that way of life. Because for me, I was raised matriarchal. And my grandmother was the head of our home. She was the head of our lodge. And nobody spoke back to her or even said the word no to her, because that would be kind of like blasphemy in our family. Anyway, it's good to see that these things are going to be coming back, because I know that when I looked at my upbringing, because I'm the only one in my family who was raised different. I look at my father and my mother's marriage, and my father was raised matriarchal, but he also went to military school, and my mother went to residential school. So when it came to my watching my grandparents and how their marriage was, and watching how my parents' marriage was, they were very different. You would never think that my mom was raised with my grandparents by the way that she was. And basically she wasn't. She was torn and raised in that residential school. So I can see where the brainwashing had taken place. And for me, I see that there's a great feeling that needs to take effect in order to unteach our children and our people that way of life and bring them back to the old way, because the old way is very sacred, very beautiful, and there's so much love there. Like when Creator created this world, it was created out of love, just like every child and every human that is born. You know, there's love that creates that life. So we understand that life comes from the earth, and that love that Creator has for us is a very big part of that. But in order for us to see that love, there's a lot of times that some of our people have to have some healing in order to move forward.
I'm cooking my food there, and there in time.
Okay. So I'm very honored to hear your teachings. It sounds very good because we're on the same wavelength. For me, I was raised very different. I wasn't raised with the church or colonization. I was raised on the trap line, and I was raised with a lot of old people. And as a matter of fact, now that I'm older and I'm listening to the people talk, even the language is different. The language is not the same as what it was a long time ago, because I understood those people from the 1800s. And a lot of times people think that I'm young. I believe it's because I came out of the darkness when I was in my early 20s, because I believe that we all have to go through that in order to understand it and in order to help those others to heal. So for myself, I came out of there back then, and I'm in my 60s. These are my grandchildren. Bentley. So, you know, it's very hard. Like my grandson turned around and he said to his teacher, my grandmother is a clan mother. And his teacher said, what? I thought the clan mothers were gone. And he says, oh no, my grandmother's very much alive. He says, and I'm very honored. And she shared this with me because we had a meeting. And in that meeting, she asked me, are you really a clan mother? And I looked at her and I said, yes. So she didn't really know what to say because they thought that the clan mothers were extinct. And I told her, oh no, the clan mothers are not extinct. I says, a lot of them may be sleeping because my grandfather told me I needed to stay awake. The rest can sleep, but I needed to stay awake. And I needed to stay awake in order to help my people down the road. And that I was going to be one of the lifelines for our family, because I was the only one who was raised differently. I was raised traditional, and I was raised with a lot of those old teachings. And I didn't really belong anywhere. And I was a part of that 60s group. They scooped me up when I was older. When they found out that I understood my language, I spoke my language, and I had traditional teachings, they left me on the streets. They thought I was going to die, that I didn't know how to survive. I knew how to survive. I knew how to survive. And I'm just sitting here today and I'm telling people, you know, if I can survive, you can survive. And you don't have to be in a negative world in order to survive. There's a lot of good things that can come out of it. And even if, like, I come across a lot of people that have been in negative lifestyles, and I tell them, it doesn't have to be that way. It's all a choice. If you want to have the same as me, all you have to do is make that choice. And the first choice you need to make is to come away from that negative lifestyle. And to work towards having a good, positive lifestyle. And that's the way that you start. And then you start listening to the teachings, because when you're listening to the teachings, it helps you to grow inside and you can let go of those negative things and start to absorb a lot of positive things. Because when you let go of those negative things, those negative memories and feelings, you start to have empty spots all over your body, because we store our memory in your body. And when we have those empty spots, we can fill them with the good things that are there and the good memories of our life that can help us to live in that love and to help us to share that love with others. So I'm very honored to hear your teachings today. And I'm very grateful. And I'm very grateful I have my grandson here. He was keeping the door, smudging people as they were coming in. So I'm grateful for these things. Thank you.
And so we're grateful for you and everything that you share, because as whoever it was that told you that you would be, I forget your exact word, but you'd be a lifeline for your people, that this is what's happening. You are bringing things out right now as to what the steps are that need to be done. Here we just identified about the healing, the great forgiveness that we have to do for ourselves, the healing for ourselves. It's almost like as if the life giver, life protector dynamic within us has been broken. It's almost like our women are not wanting to look towards Native men now. It's like they're wanting to look elsewhere. And it's like Native men are not wanting to look towards Native women, like we wanted to look elsewhere. It's like as if both of us have been tarnished in each other's minds, because we have been put through such crazy insanity that, of course, the traumas, the multi-generational traumas, are going to have residues within us. And that in generations such as ours, we won't even know the residue, what it is or what it looks like, if we're not a part of the continuum. You know, if we have been successfully had our ties severed from our nation, then the people are just left at that. Like we're almost adversarial towards each other as a Native woman against a Native male, or a Native male against a Native woman. That these are the end result of the corruptions we were confronted with. So, as we got to have this great healing to forgive ourselves, to identify that, hey, the person, the guy or the girl who was on the street as maybe an alcoholic, a drug addict, and maybe whatever in their lives they experience, we got to forgive that. We got to overlook that, and we got to pick up our sister and brother and rise them up. Give them the chance at life they're supposed to have. And so this tells me what you just identified then, that along with the healing, we got to return. I don't know how strong your nation is in their songs and in their social dances, but this is what's got to happen then. We got to provide the social dances for our people the way that we always did, because our people are being taken away. some of the young ones, they want excitement. They want some of this and that. You know, the young guys want to be where those beautiful young girls are. And those beautiful young girls want to be where those exciting guys are. You know, and so this is what we have to come to terms with and realize and put the world back together for our young ones in the proper way. So we got to bring back the proper songs and dances for our children. We got to bring back in the socials where our elders are standing up and orating about the medicines, orating about whatever cycle we are in right now, about the ceremony that is to take place and what the preparations that the people have to do. And even if we're over one ceremony, what's the next one? The preparation constantly for the ceremonial cycles, for the songs, the dances that have to be performed within those cycles. So within the socials, within the social dance, there is a rabbit dance that we have. And the rabbit dance is the proper interaction between the life giver and the life protector. The rabbit dance establishes in the mind of the young male the proper interaction with the life giver, not his girlfriend, not his wife, not his mother, with the life giver, the proper interaction overall with the life giver. And the young male learns this within the rabbit dance because it is the one dance where the life giver is the one that decides who she's going to dance with. That the male cannot get up and go across the floor and ask that woman to dance, or that young girl, or even that grandmother, or anybody to dance with him. The male cannot do that. He must stay sitting down. And it is the life giver's right, only her right, to cross that floor and to ask that male that she feels comfortable with to ask him to dance. Now, it's not about like a boyfriend-girlfriend interaction, sexual or anything like that. It is about the proper interaction between the life giver and the life protector. So it is instilled in the child's mind from the time that they're children, being born and raised in the ceremonies, in the songs, in the social dances, where they know that when the rabbit dance comes, oh wee oh hey, oh wee oh hey oh hey oh oh hey oh hey oh hey yeah hey oh hey oh hey oh hey yeah. When the people hear that song start, all the males automatically know you sit. There are some males who don't want to because they're maybe at that young age, you know, where they're starting to like girls and, you know, where they run away from girls. So some young men will get up and walk out of the house at that time. And that shows that they are not ready for the interaction with the opposite sex. And so the exposure to the proper things in the proper way, songs, dances in the proper way, will instill in the minds of our young men from the time that they're children. It will instill what is right. And so we have to start returning our songs and dances. Remember why they outlawed them. Remember why they killed our people for singing those songs and dances. Because they weren't just songs like the way that the non-natives have songs about ridiculous stuff that sing about nothing. Our songs are resonating from the heart of our creation, from Sky Woman herself, and every step of the way, her journey, her growth, the beauty that she's seen, there was a song that developed. And that song was handed down through the generations to our people, that we are never to alter those songs, because this is Sky Woman's experience. We are to sing those songs for her. And who her is all of the people. Is you, is your granddaughter, your grandchildren, your grandson. So your grandson learns the proper way and is shown it through sacred songs and dances that have their origins not in that some person said, hey, let's make up this song to do this, like the way non-native songs are made up. No, again, these songs go back to very important times of growth in our life experience, our collective life experience. So bring back the old songs. Bring back the sacred songs, the ceremonial songs, and all those young people that are in there, those little children, those little older guys will be singing those songs, and those children will be dancing around to them, and those older guys will feel power. They'll feel purpose. They won't be needing to go out there, drugs and alcohol. They'll find purpose and meaning right here in what their truth is, in how we are to relate over the continuum to our ancestors, to our grandparents, our elders, our kukums, to our children, to our faces yet beneath the earth. The song are key here. So the step after forgiving ourselves and then teaching these things back proper to our children is to fill the space that has been taken away from them. This is a syndrome that the non-natives don't know about. They will never identify this. We have identified it. It is spiritual, physical, spatial displacement syndrome. It's when you take someone out of their identity, that something else fills that void, and that person is displaced. And once they are displaced, if your job is to, just as a stupid example, if your job is to, say, I don't know, just yell out the weather every morning to everybody. If that's your job, yell out the weather. It's raining today. Oh, everybody knows. Well, it's raining. Now you take that person away and you wake up in the morning and you're used to being told it's raining, it's beautiful, it's hot, it's sunny, it's cold. Well then, you know, you're getting dressed based on what that one person's power is in this world. Now you take that person away and everybody in the longhouse doesn't know how to dress for that day. Well, it's not that they're not going to be able to learn how. They'll just step outside and see. But that person who fills that void, it helps you out. It helps everybody out. And so when we return our young men into social songs, social dances, where it's our traditional songs and dances, they will be reactivated into a power and energy that is not just of, again, something that people decided to do. They'll be reactivated into a power and energy of creation. That is a natural cycle, a natural thing that has grown out of the cycles. So every song that we have, ceremonial or socially, has grown out of a very important experience of our ancestors. And we must keep that alive, because that gives the individuals of today a purpose. So that young guy that I seen earlier who stood up and asked the first question, it's his role to be singing the social songs and providing it so that the children and the elders will be dancing. And the children and the elders will need him, and he will find his place, and he will rise to power, and he will take his place within the nation. So, songs, dances must be returned back to the people. I don't know if you have them. If you don't, send your young ones out to go and find the songs of your nation. And if they cannot be found anymore, then go into the next nation, and the next, and the next, until you can find the medicine that is necessary for everyone in your society to find their place where they are able to affect their medicine into the world. So that young guy that was there, soon we have to see him singing. He's got to be singing for the young ones. He's got to be singing the woman's dance for his mother, for his grandmother. Before his grandmother and mother leaves from this world, he's got to sing for them. If you don't do that, once they're gone from this world, you will experience spiritual displacement syndrome. And it's too late after that to deal with it. So there is a key thing, and I say Nyalagoa to you because you are what brought that up. Nyalagoa. And those songs and dances, they got to be held on a regular basis. They got to go with the new moons, the full moons, so you should be having them at least every 2 weeks, at least. No reason not to have them every quarter of every increment of the moon, meaning new moon, half moon, full moon, half moon, new moon. That's every week.
Bonjour, Nina Okimalis Smitas. My spirit name is Chief of Boss Rock. I'm from the Bear Clan, and I acknowledge the otter as my helper. I shared earlier that my birth name was Rita. My adopted name is Beverly, and so I call myself Rita Bev. Healing has happened because I was taken away at 2 months old and put into a foster home where I stayed for 5 years. And because of the system, they said that I had to go home. When my birth mother, she had lost her status. So when I was born, I was non-status. But then she met my father, and she became status, and so did we. So at 5 years old, they brought me back to my reserve where I suffered culture shock. I suffered sexual assaults from older children and kids. And so one time after that happened, I went out I was kicked outside bare naked as a 5-year-old to stand in front of a window and beg to come back in. And so I went outside and I stood in front of that window and I looked at it and I saw those kids in there laughing and giggling. And so I decided at that moment that I would not look at them. And what I did was I looked at the reflection of the window. And what I saw behind there is, I understand today, I found out from my elder, that I had shifted. A big light came behind me and that everything behind me was sparkling and lighting up. And when I had told him about that a few years ago, he said, "Do you know that you went to Crystal City?" He asked me that 3 times. And I didn't know what he meant. And then I heard that they had found some caves down in the Antarctica, and they called one the Crystal City. And so I asked him, I texted him, I said, "Is that the place that you said that I come from?" And he told me that, no, it's in the stars. He's my Star Lodge conductor. He's a conductor of the Star Lodge. And so throughout my life, I've been to many ceremonies. And I've seen, I've heard, I've smelled, I've been touched by spirit, but I don't carry my language. And so over the years, I've learned a few words here and there. I'm trained in the white way as I have a degree in social work. And so what I did was when I found out what my Indian spirit name was, and I graduated, I stayed with different elders and their teachings. But I worked frontline for 32 years with our people, with addictions, with HIV and AIDS, with homelessness. I've been homeless in the past. I have addictions. I don't today. I mean, I do today, but I think. Um, one of the things that I did was, when my son, he's 32 now, he's on the streets. But when he was small, I was working on a word processor, and I decided to make I see things holistic. I see things in models, and what I developed was what we call a change model, a holistic, how to make change. Because I've had to make so many changes in my life, being brought up Caucasian. You know, I understand the homelessness. I understand the addictions. I have that empathy for people. I still don't carry the language. So a lot of times I don't get recognized, which is okay. I still do my work. I did a documentary. It didn't get, nobody bought it, but it's been recognized on an international scale now, and it's going to be, online there. And so for me, what we're going through is change. I believe everything happens inside, within ourselves. And forgiveness starts before I can forgive anybody. I need to forgive myself for the way how I treated myself while I was growing up, while I felt all that anger, felt alone, and all that kind of stuff. Everything starts within. And so that's what I had to do. I believe, one of my friends said I wear rose-colored glasses. I see everything in flowers and that, but I believe in a lot of people. I believe in people even when they don't believe in themselves, and that's what's needed. We need to be kind to each other, but that kindness has to start within. We need to love ourselves, but that love starts within before we can love somebody else. And so I believe everything happens within. And the circle, whether it's sharing circle or whatever, we need to be kind. We need to share that love. So thank you very much for the teachings today. I appreciate them so much. I'm so hungry for everything, and I'm grateful to be here, to be what.
Well, I'll say Nyawagoa to you for one thing that you said. Of course, everything is important, but to me, there's one thing that sticks out, that resonates across the nations. Why did you say that you acknowledge or you recognize, I forget your exact words, that you are Bear Clan, but that the otter as your helper?
When I started out with the teachings and heard about the creation story, our creation story, I'm Anishinaabe. I heard that the otter was really significant in the creation story. And so when I had gone to a sweat lodge to find out my clan, the fella was the Madei. He said it took a long time, but he said finally he heard water. And something came up, and he said it was the otter. And so I thought, oh, I'm otter clan, right? But then I was told later that the bear is my clan. So because I tried to learn about the otter and the role of it, I acknowledge that. I acknowledge it in my heart because that's part of my walk. That's why I acknowledge the otter as my helper.
Well, this is one of those things that if you were scooped up, taken away, kept away from your knowledge, your information, this is one of the things that transcends. Just to be able to know that in your mind, that the otter is your helper. Just to know that. And maybe not to be able to articulate the rest of it as to the role that the otter has played within the creation story. Just what you identify, it tells me stuff. And I see you beyond, there's no other way to put it, beyond where you think you are, because of just the mere fact that you acknowledge the otter as your helper, and you
Longhouse got muted.
Don't worry, they'll come back. Sometimes their technicalities goes down too, and they always take a few minutes to fix it all up, and they'll be back. Don't worry.
Miigwech.
Sorry, everyone. We just had an issue here with the electricity in general. So we lost the internet connection and the light. So we're just gonna, I know we don't, yeah, you don't see us. Okay. Let me try and move my computer this way.
There's only about, I think 3 or 4 people left.
All right. We have at least these 2 computers, so yeah.
Okay, then, yeah, we're gonna have to maybe shorten this up a little bit because we're running on batteries here. I forget where we were, what we were saying, but just to reiterate about the importance of getting the I forget where I was with her. What was it I was saying?
Well, it was about the otters.
Oh, about the otter. Okay, yeah, that's where we were. Okay, this is where I said I seen the similarities that are within all of our people, that within the creation story, that this is a very important thing. It tells me a lot about you, that you are identifying as a bear clan, a medicine clan, that the otter is your helper. It's different if there's a bear clan, a medicine person, and let's say they're a part of the Fish on the Floor Society, or the Fish Society, but then you have the Bear Clan that's part of the Little Otter Society, and then there's the Big Otter Society. But anyways, it's to identify that there is still knowledge that goes from the beginning of creation that is still within our people. So I see kinship there. I see a similarity within our nations. So just to hear you say that, Bear Clan with the otter as the helper, it for me, it just it makes it tells a whole big story. Anyways, say now we'll go for that. You go and get one of those solar panels. Right on the table. It's not.
Oh, me? Oh, you first.
Well, would you like to say, Chief McGuitch, for all the wisdom and knowledge that you brought to us here today, and for the time you're taking in your life to share this with us in this good way. And I'm just going to keep it very short. I will see you tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, I'll say now we'll go to there. I'll keep it short also. Here, like I said, we're on batteries. I don't know how long we're gonna last. Well, actually, I want to say a little bit more there about what you've been doing. The messages that you've been bringing across the country, the work that you've been doing for everybody, not just for Native people, at the time that you've been taken out of your own life. We know that people gotta provide livings for themselves, they gotta take care of their families. And we know that to be able to be doing the stuff that you're doing, that it takes commitment. It's not as simple as like somebody just saying, well, this is what I'm gonna do in my life, because there's so many things that actually prevent it. So, we'll go for all the work that you've done, the role that you fill of being runner, of not even having, like, say, the home bases established of the runners, that you've been filling a thing that has been long since dead in many of our nations. So, we'll go for all the work that you've done in making all of this come about.
Buju, ani ni Dimaway Magina, Kabima Sheda Nangadishnakas. Hello, all my relatives. I too will keep it short. Just to say that I'm very happy to be here. Very happy that I was included and invited to be here. And I just want to say that there's a very strong energy here. When we first arrived, me and my son arrived at noon, and there was a lot of people here, other programs going on, but I was so grateful to have met this group that was here. They were a group that were in treatment centers, but they came here to make rattles today. And when I saw them, and when they saw me, they said, like, oh, I like your dress. And I said, oh, wow, what are you doing? Like, you're making rattles. And I was so amazed and so happy for them. And they sang actually with their new rattles. And I made some connections with the people that they said we're Scabés. We work for the Main Street Project, and they work with the people that are addicted. And I said, wow, I said, do you come here like, often? And she says, oh, give me your contact information. And I said, absolutely. I says, I want to come and be with you when you are here. And so I was so grateful to make that connection and be here, but also to have the experience of listening to everyone's words. And I will carry those with me for a very long time. Holding this camera and listening to them speak and to hear their voices. I was so filled, goosebumps. I feel you, and I appreciate the truth that we've heard here and your willingness to share your pain. And that's what it's all about. And I'm so grateful and happy. And I could also say that being with Tracy and that I agree that, like, wherever we were before, it's pushed us even further today. And that's beautiful. We're even just more committed than ever. And again, it's for my grandchildren yet beneath the earth. And this work will never stop. And I joined forces with my Anishinaabe brothers and sisters. And I'm so grateful that they brought the Longhouse teachings here, that those forces have been joined. And I look forward to the future with our non-Native brothers. And I really hope to see them. That will go in my tobacco prayers They have a sacred fire going here, and I would like to see them ask their elders to request a recital and to bring the teachings to them. So miigwech for telling them what to do because they're asking. And that's all I'm gonna say right now. Oh, miigwech.
Okay, now we'll go as you identify about these young people making rattles. Well, this goes right into the what was said earlier about bringing back the social dances, the songs, getting the people's minds back into that. This is, I don't know what people's knowledge is of it, but I'll just relate it to you. I was born and raised in the Longhouse where there was a social dance every Saturday. No matter what, every Saturday there was singers that would be coming from different communities, different longhouses. There would be different clan singers. It's a challenge to the people. It's a challenge to the singers. Come forward and give your best song. And what the main song that was always the main song in any social, in any ceremony, is the woman's dance. This is always the first song that is performed, because when we go back to the beginnings of creation, that when Sky Woman had fallen from the sky world and landed upon the turtle's back, that it was she that had danced to the song of creation. And the song of creation is, of course, the heartbeat. This is the foundation to all our songs, and this is the reason why our songs, our dances are all of respect, all of honor, to honor something. It's not a song that is just sung for whatever reason. It's something to honor. And so the woman songs are to honor our mothers, and it is for a young boy to sing the woman's dance for his mother. This is law. This is what must be done. You must sing the woman's dance for your mother. She must dance for you singing that song. Her son that she has brought into this world. This creates a sacred continuum, a sacred loop that the mother knows. It is affirmed to her by the actions of her son that she has done the good work, that she has done her job in creating the continuum. So just for that, in that vein, I'm going to sing one verse of the woman's dance for you. This is, again, what is every male is supposed to sing the woman's dance. And you're never supposed to stop. I was singing this since before I can remember. From my earliest memories, I was sitting on the bench with my older brothers, with my father, with everybody else who was singing. And I remember watching my mother dance around with a big smile on her face, looking at me, and I'm sitting there with the rattle, singing with a big smile on my face, my eyes interlocked with my mother's eyes, and we were in a sacred loop. We were in sacredness. It was love. And so I sang that for my mother right up until the day that she died. And I still sing the woman's dance, even though maybe there's no more women to dance to it. Maybe the women that are left don't even know it anymore. But I'll sing Yo, weni yo, hey wa, hey ni yo, hey wa, ni yo, hey wa, hey ni yo, hey na we are, hey ni yo, hey wa, hey ni yo, hey wa, ni yo, hey course, there's a lot of verses to the woman's song, to the woman's dance. As you can tell, my voice is very bad. I could sing, but it's bad. My voice is bad. So, just to share that, to show the example as to what all guys are supposed to do. You are supposed to sing for your mother. You're supposed to sing for your girlfriend, for your wife, for your daughters, for your granddaughters. You're supposed to show them as a male that you have this love inside of you that you express for them constantly. And that's why the social songs are supposed to be sung. Prior to the coming of the great darkness of the white man, social songs were sung on a nightly basis. It was something that was always taking place. There was always a song being sung by one of the clans. So all the other clans would know that they would have the time to dance. That everyone would have the time to have their time of singing, their time of dancing, their time of eating, their time of laughing, of playing. But all of us must have our time of giving our thanks to our origins, giving our thanks to our mothers. All of us must make our efforts on a daily basis to return our mothers back to their natural seat of authority within all of our nations so they can manage all of our people properly once again. This is the only way. There is not two ways. There is not many ways. No. When you come up with a solution, people will say, oh, there's more than one way to skin a cat. There's more than one way to do things. Well, you know what? Within creation, there is only one way to do it right. And that's the way it was done. And so it is our job to put it back proper. And so one of the things we got to deal with is that the corruption in people's minds is that they'll say, oh, what do you want? You want us to return back to living in teepees? You want us to go back and living in longhouses? These are things for crazy people. These are what people who don't use their brains who make stupid statements like this. What we have to consider is the path that we are on. Where is it taking us? Where is our future on this path? Is there a future? We're following the white man down the path of war. And we know what it is doing to our Mother Earth. So where's our future there? Do we have one? No, we don't. If we want a future, we look ahead of us on this path, we see war, that's the end. We look behind us and we see peace in the back. Way behind us. So let's see, where do we have life? Do we have life ahead of us on the path of war? Or do we have life behind us where we left peace? So this tells you where humanity has ended up on this journey. And it tells us where we got to go. That our future lies in our past. That's the truth. It does not mean we got to go back to living in teepees, we got to go back to whatever. That the reality that technology is a natural extension of the human intellect. But if the human intellect isn't controlled by law, then the human intellect will just do whatever the heck it wants. It will create atomic bombs. It will create non-stop war. So the human intellect must be under the control of authority, of law. True authority in this world are mothers who are the root and the foundation of peace. And so, so what I see is nyari. Gazit danserio yojats kahawi noji on dajats ko in star no nataroni. Retene warado garunga gari yakesu. Yeti sota asatanka garako dana yetene stazi hunzagi dana gueguska neganungwe. Retene warado sawa yere ne tukundun hetsrat kawas ne aguaids ni ganyat der gerdu dana aguego o quaziri anokosua. Retene warado yeti sota gunha ne rona the hetsto ne gane guri or the hawakwe. Dam dawe aron hetsra ne gazat stasra ne ganungwe. Bring our mothers back to their natural seat of authority within all our nations, so they can manage all of our people properly once again. Bring back the knowledge of the great law of peace back to the hearts and minds of all the people. And this means within all the nations, to whatever degree your nation had it, to whatever degree it was articulated, that's what you are to work to bring back. We ask our ancestors to help us, to guide us in this. Damdawe anon hetzerene ori huio, gari wa gori shunsera dano gazet stasera. Tetina uradu. Aguego zewanus esrono. To all the Longhouse people, we give thanks to all of you. And this means that in whatever nation, in however you perceived it, if you weren't in a longhouse, if you were just in a lodge, or if you were in a teepee, that however you perceive it, that to return the people's minds back to that house, where that house was from where the sun rises to where the sun sets, and everything in that house was our responsibility for us to love and care for all things within that house. We say Nyawagoa to the work that our ancestors have laid before us. We are happy in the work that we have ahead of us. This is the challenge dance. We're challenged. Are we going to rise to this challenge? We have no choice. Everyone on earth is dependent on it. All the bears, all the turtles, all the wolves, all the messengers of the Creator are depending on it. All the birds, all the winged ones, all the little crawling creatures that bring the medicine everywhere throughout the earth, they are dependent on us. The water, the air, the land. The memories of everything that was experienced since the time of Sky Woman is dependent on us. We have great responsibility on our shoulders. But this job that we have to do is the easiest job. And it is fun. It is not toiling. It is not work like the white man is working constantly, only to find out that when their job is done, that they've wasted their whole life, spent their whole life doing nothing, working on destruction. So we give thanks to our ancestors, and we ask them to continue guiding us in this great action we have embarked upon together. So Nyawagoa, everybody, Miigwech, to all the non-native people, to everybody, Nyawagoa, thank you very much. We are to come together as one voice for our mother. It is the only way we are going to heal our Mother Earth. Nyawagoa, we'll see everybody tomorrow, I guess. Okay, Nyawagoa, Ona.
Anna.